Okay, enough of that. Sorry about that. If you guys noticed, the title changed a little bit. I was going to do one of my spice challenges, but I ended up on Security Monitor Lizard's channel earlier and ended up doing the one chip challenge, which from the sticker here that's now set on my door, I passed the entire hour without getting a drink, and I will be clipping that out of his stream and with his permission and posting it on my channel. But so now I get to do all of this with a stomach cramp, because that challenge is no joke this year. So here we ended at Genesis chapter 11, which was like 90% genealogy, and then we had the creation, the two creation myths, the garden, Cain and Abel, the flood, and going all the way up to the Tower of Babel so far. So here we got Vila Vendetta. How you doing? Midnight Goddess. Hope you're doing good in the car. We got Miss Laura in the chat. And it says I've got a total of 7 viewers. If you want a shout out, just pop up and I'll give you a shout out between chapters. So far I'll just dig right into it at chapter 12. Chapter 12 is about Abram will become a great nation. He and his seed will bless all of the families of the earth. He travels from Haran to the land of Canaan because of famine, and he goes down into Egypt. Abram and Sarai are tested in Pharaoh's court. This is definitely going to be a fun one because I'm still dealing with the after effects of that chip. Okay, so now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will shew thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abram departed, as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all of their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Sichem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, behold, now I know then thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, this is his wife, and they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, and she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her and commanded her before the Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen, and he asses and manservants and maidservants, and she asses and camels. And the Lord plagueth Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife? Now, therefore, behold thy wife, take her and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Sounds like a really weird trick to play on the Pharaoh. Oh, well, tell your son I said thank you, Mindy. Chapter 13. Abram returns from Egypt, he and Lot part. The Lord will make Abram's seed as the dust of the earth in number, and Abram settles in Hebron. I wonder if there's a weird... never mind. I'll get there eventually. And Abram went up out of Egypt, and he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he bent on his journeys from the south, even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take thy left hand, then I will go to the right, or if thou depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou comest unto Zoar. When Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot destroyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other, Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were the men of Sodom were wicked and sinful before the Lord exceedingly. And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now thine eyes, and look from the place where thou art northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto thee. Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. Chapter 14, Lot is captured in the battles of the kings. He is rescued by Abram. Melchizedek administers bread and wine, and blesses Abram. Abram pays tithes. He declines to accept the spoils of the conquest. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, and sorry, it's hyphenated between two lines. I'm trying to catch the phonetics right. Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations. That these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All of these were joined together in the Vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth Karnaim. Pardon. And the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shavith, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir unto Elparon, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites and also the Amorites, and dwelt in Hazezon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the Vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the Vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all of the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all of their victuals and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them into Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants by night, and smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all of the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shavith, which is the king's dale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, which hath delivered thine enemies unto thine hands. And he gave them tithes to all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lift up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High God, the possessor of heavens and the earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. save only save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me. Anar, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Chapter 15, Abram desires offspring. The Lord promises him seed in number as the stars. Abram believes the promises. His seeds will be strangers in Egypt. His seed will be strangers in Egypt. Then after 4 generations, they will inherit Canaan. So after these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he shall come forth out of thine own bowels, shall be thine heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said, Look now toward heaven and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. He said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all of these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between these pieces. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaims and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites. A lot of people. Okay. Chapter 16. Sarai gives Hagar to Abram as his wife. Hagar flees from Sarai. An angel commands Hagar to return and submit herself to Sarai. Hagar bears Ishmael. Okay. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children. And she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave to her husband Abram to be his wife. He then went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when, okay, we're getting into porn now. And she conceived, and when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee, I have given my maid into thy bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in thy hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence comest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself unto her hands. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man; his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Beer Leroy. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bared Abram a son, and Abram called him his son's name, which Hagar bared Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bared Ishmael to Abram. 86 years old. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that was definitely a messed up chapter. Literally gave her slave to her husband, and let this 86-year-old man try to push rope through a keyhole. Sorry. Yeah. Chapter 17. Let's get on with this. Abram is commanded to be perfect. He will be a father of many nations. His name is changed to Abraham. There we go. The Lord covenants to be a God unto Abraham and his seed forever. Also, the Lord gives Abraham the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. Circumcision becomes a token of the everlasting covenant between God and Abraham. Sarai's name is changed to Sarah. He will bear Isaac, with whom the Lord will establish his covenant. Abraham and the men of his house are circumcised. So, and when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. I walk before me, and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell to his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name be any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out to thee. Kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all of the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. I'm not repeating myself intentionally. Literally, these verses are repeating themselves. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee every man child among you shall be circumcised. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in your generations, he that is born in the house, or brought with the money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his, they are really in on this circumcision, whose flesh of this foreskin shall not be circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. And God said unto Abraham, as for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto God, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Sarah my wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael, his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskins in the selfsame day, as God had said unto them. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all of the men of the house born in the house and bought with money of the stranger were circumcised with him. Jesus. Okay, let's see. Let her husband rape her slave so they can have kids, and then when she did get pregnant, she went off on the slave, and the husband was like, "If you don't like her now, kick her out of school." Yeah, that was chapter 16 that you're talking about there. That was ridiculous. No, they don't. Let's see here. Okay, so I mean, at least now we're on Abraham and Sarah, even though that, yeah. Okay, so Abraham, chapter 18. Abraham entertains 3 holy men. Just I think I'm going to try and get to 22. My stomach's kind of going nuts still after that chip. So, chapter 18. Abraham entertains 3 holy men. They promise that Sarah will have a son. Abraham will commend his children to be just. The Lord appears to him. They discuss the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. There we go. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lift up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, so do as thou hast said. I just want to quick point out here that Abraham just offered to wash God's physical feet. So, and Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the earth. And Abraham ran unto the herd and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And then he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life, and lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed I will return unto thee according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. She said, nay, but thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham the thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all of the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, which the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is ever grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom, but Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous in the wicked, with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are within? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous from the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I shall spare all of the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak upon the Lord, but which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 perilous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I shall not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall be 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there should be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, "Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet, but this once, peradventure, 10 shall be found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 10's sake." And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. Chapter 19. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Oh, Funny Beetle Maniacs is in the chat. Yeah, it's talking about the washing of the Lord's feet. I was just commenting that he was washing the Lord's literal feet. It doesn't make sense how people don't see the logical flaws in the basic existence of the Bible. I agree, considering I just spent the last 7 verses watching Abraham haggle with God over how many righteous people in Sodom would prevent its destruction. So chapter 19, Lot entertains holy men. The men of Sodom seek to abuse Lot's guests and are smitten with blindness. Lot is sent out of Sodom. The Lord rains brimstone and fire upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and Lot's daughters preserve his seed in the land. So, trigger warning, incest, and, apparently rape. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, "Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways." And they said, "Nay, but we will abide in the street all night." And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the city, the house round, compassed the house round, both old and young, all of the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, "Where are the men that came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them." And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, "I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came under the shadow of my roof." And they said, "Stand back." And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door and of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the city of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed by the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass that they had brought him forth abroad, and that he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plains, escape to the mountains, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto him, Oh, not so, my lord. Uh, Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shewed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold, now the city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one, and my soul shall live? And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for the for that which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou become thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. When the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the plains and all the inhabitants of the cities and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah and towards all of the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities on the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed for our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in, and lie with him, and we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose, and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. So, chapter 19 was a fun one. Let's see here. Okay, so my mom is annoyed that atheists are reading the Bible. Sorry. I know. Let's see here. Gary, I'm not. It promotes conversation, even if we disagree. See? And Funny Beatlemaniacs, Gary, he's probably one of the best Christians to have on panel when you're talking about this, because he's not afraid of the hard questions. Okay, so that was chapter 19. 20 looks like a short one. Let's go ahead and get through chapter 20, and then I'll go ahead and open up the room, because I'm still dealing with the I'm still dealing with the spice. Abimelech desires Sarah, who is preserved by the Lord. Abraham prays for Abimelech, and the Lord blesses him and his household. So back to Abraham. And Abraham journeyed from thence towards the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said unto him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister, and even she herself, that he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and the innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know thou shalt that thou did this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, now that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore and afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us, and what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister, she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said, I just realized that Abraham's wife is his half-sister. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me at every place, whether we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and manservants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bore children. For the Lord had fast closed up all of the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. I think I'm done. Yep. I mean, I'll go ahead and open up the room. Sorry, that last one kind of... invite... you guys are welcome to come on. We can have this discussion. I have some nice little incestuous stuff, and then Abraham and his sister wife. I do need to get something to drink real quick. Yep, that chip is definitely no joke this year. The one I got was the new 2021 challenge, and I hit the full hour, and it was just ridiculous. Oh, here we go. How are we doing?
All right.
Okay. So I didn't really I was never really 100% on Genesis. I completely forgot that Abraham's sister was his wife.
Yes.
Or half sister.
It's a bit nebulous.
Mhm.
I think there's some people who think that the translation is a little bit screwy. It could just be cousin. There have been some think about that particular. I think some people just say it just means family member. So a lot of family members in Jewish society would marry back then because it's how you could determine that they would be good wives. That's the reason why even when you go further, a lot of the Jews would be related. It would be like direct, like brother and sister, but it would be fair enough where it's like a second cousin or something like that.
Yeah. I mean the way the passage read, it was he's or she is related through my father, but not through my mother. So that's and that right there tells me a half sister. But like you said, translation, it could have been something as simple as cousins in Hebrew. The sound is coming in and out wonky. Was I?
No, you sound fine to me.
Okay.
Unless mine's coming out wonky.
Yeah, Queen Cat Lady, you're gonna have to be a little more specific on that one. Yeah, Mango, she was there when I did the chip challenge. That was oof. That was
so what exactly did you do? Did you do like the Death Notes or something like
that? No, I've got the Death Nuts. The Death Nuts I was gonna do next week, but this was the Pocky one chip challenge.
Oh.
And the last time I did it was like 2018, and it wasn't horrible. I mean, it gave me a little bit of a stomach ache, but I didn't really flinch too much. This time, I actually had, tears streaming out of my eyes, and I'm just sitting there just doing my best to try and hold it in. And it's like, oh, but yeah, they definitely increased the heat. The chip is black now. When I had it, it was like a really dark red, and they completely, they completely stopped caring about how it tasted. And now it's just like, okay, I'm eating a chip, I think, because it tastes like absolute, yeah. But.
Yeah, so my understanding of this particular part was God creating his covenant with man, because that had been disillusioned with Genesis chapter 1 and beyond, because Adam and Eve had eaten from the tree of knowledge and stuff like that. So this was the re-establishing of that covenant, because we have Abraham, if you want to go, and because I think at that point his wife was unable to have children, so he took on the Handmaid's, which, if you ever read the Handmaid's Tale, this is a particular passage they go off.
Yeah, that was the what was it? Hagar.
Yeah,
that would. I mean, I'm pretty sure I would be a little scared too if I was a woman and my mistress told me to go sleep with her almost 90-year-old husband. But
what was that, 86 or something from what you
said?
Yeah, so I could understand that. I mean, the thing is that even now, surrogate parenting is still something that we still do today. I mean, it's done in a slightly different way. Obviously, they didn't have the turkey baster or anything like that back then, but it was a bit more direct. But I think that they were unable to have children because maybe like Sarah was barren or unable because of maybe medical stuff, was unable to have children, and Hagar was. So I think that was what the whole thing was about. It's about how important surrogacy is, and how it's important that it's between three people who trust and accept each other.
Hey, Vila.
Hi.
Be nice.
Right.
I'm always nice.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, Villa. Trust me, it's hard to offend me.
Oh no, I've said before, like I said to you even earlier today, like, I like you. You're nice, actually.
Yeah, actually,
You're
you
not
got
afraid
a
to
shout
have-
out over on Security
Yeah.
Monitor Lizards channel.
Yeah, I shouted you out because I said, like, come over if you want to talk, because you're not afraid to actually have awkward discussions about it.
Mhm.
And you're not shut down and be like, no, but like, you actually try to explain your point. And if it gets to end, you're like, well, there's nothing more to say about it, really, is there? That's it. So I think that's nice, actually.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm fairly certain, you know, the other Gary that we deal with on occasion, he probably would have shouted me down as soon as I mentioned anything about incest, because you know he's
Oh, God,
he's flat out denying you know, anything that would be improper in the Bible.
Like, there's a lot of bad in the Bible. The
Mhm.
born of someone on my father's side, not my mother's side. That
Yeah.
Born of, like, yeah, that does sound like it could be from my mother's side of the family or father's side of the family, not just directly of parent, but
Hey, mutant, how you doing?
that's still open to like either, because yeah, it's easy to push between the two, I guess. But the handmaid thing disgusts me. Like, that's a slave.
Yeah, that was a slave.
Handmaid
Obviously.
is a job position of a slave. It's not like a particular job. It will be a slave that was directly for the woman to help her with her woman things. Like, so she straight up said, oh, I can't get pregnant, so go rape my slave. And when the slave did get pregnant, she was like, how dare you get pregnant with my husband's child? Get the fuck out of here. That's disgusting. Like, there's just no way that's okay. And it wasn't a surrogacy thing, because surrogacy didn't happen back then.
No,
Like, that's a modern concept.
No, what I'm talking about isn't necessarily the way that it happens today, because the way it happens today is much more medical. Is that there's a tertiary baser or there's there's a medical procedure, whole medical procedure behind it. What I'm saying is that the concept's the same, where somebody who isn't your direct partner has a child on your behalf. And that's what I'm saying. It's about dealing with that concept, because I mean, it's not something that's easy to do on either side. To say to somebody, "Hey, we can't have children. Could you have it at our benefit?" Because again, and I think that's what the whole thing is about. Because you know, it's something that I don't think we really push upon even in society today. You know, we don't understand the mental toll it takes, not just on the people asking, but on the person who's having sex with herself. There's a lot of like, because the reverse of what's it when you have you know, postnatal depression, but the opposite of that, where you're real connected to your child, but you're not its physical mother, and there comes that, you know, how much, you know, I don't really get to see it again, but yeah, I've developed this bond over the years, and that's something that's very complicated to understand. And I think back then they had much more understanding and empathy for it's a really difficult thing to go through, and I think that's what that whole thing was exploring.
I mean, no, I don't think so, because as I said, surrogacy just wasn't a thing back then. It is a modern concept.
I was about to say, this wasn't actually surrogacy. This was literally,
and like,
I can't give you children, so since this body
surrogacy
belongs to me as well, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that, or I'm going to go ahead and see if you can get her pregnant.
Because like back then there was no surrogacy. There wasn't I can't get pregnant. Hey bestie, will you take my man's dick? There was there was literally I can't get pregnant. I have a slave. Rape them, and maybe we can have a kid. But even then, that wasn't as big, because it's adultery, which is a great sin. The child isn't biologically both theirs, so there's inheritance problems, things like that. So the idea of surrogacy in religious context is a carnal sin, because it's either a woman having premarital sex, or it's either a married woman having an adulterous affair. So it doesn't pan out either way.
In this context, that wasn't the case, because like you said, you've got, because you know, relative times, you had the property of the wife, was also the property of the husband. Therefore, the wife's slaves were considered part of the marriage.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, it sounds disgusting when you put it in modern terms, but at the same time, that's kind of the way it was back then.
Oh yeah.
Where, you know, looking at it through a modern lens is what gets us in trouble on that. And I'm not going to knock that, because that was happening all over the world, not just in Christianity or Judaism, as the case may be. But yes, I mean, the whole thing about,
they still weren't thought of as legitimate children anyway, though.
It was, well, the thought of children as Israel, definitely. But the thing is that by the actual parents, again, I can't talk to that specific relationship, because again, I wasn't there. But because they were part of the tribe, they're thought of as family, because again, everybody who was part of the tribe was family, because they had to survive, to be together to survive.
But sorry, I don't know much about the tribe of Israel. So the handmaiden was from Egypt, though, so that's not part of the tribe of Israel.
Yeah, but the thing is that you didn't need to be from Israel to be part of the tribe of Israel, to be a Jew.
Oh, okay.
So, because I mean, even today, you can go look this up. There is Ethiopian Jews. There's Jews from Egypt, Alexandria. That's why when Jesus goes into Alexandria, there are Jews already there, because there were Jews there historically. And I'm not talking about the Exodus. I'm talking about there was groups of Jews all over the place. There are Jews in Carthage. There's groups in Corinth. There are Jews all over, because they didn't just stay in one place. They were all over, but the mass populace was in Bethlehem and stuff like that. So I mean, again, I understand where you're coming from, because again, you're a female, and how you see this, maybe not how I see it. And again, I try and be understanding that, because again, I've never had guys try to, touch me inappropriately in a club or sexually harass me. So I don't know what that's like, but I'm sure that you probably do. And I think that's the problem. That's probably the disconnect for me, is that I've never had that. So
I have actually been physically raped and multiple times, and got pregnant from rape. So
fucking hell.
Yeah.
I have no qualms talking about it, because I don't believe. I believe in being open about it. It's very destigmatizing.
No.
I have nothing to be ashamed of. The person that did it to me should be ashamed, not me. So I'm very open to being yeah, this happened. It's okay. So don't feel weird about it at all, please.
No, I don't. I mean, I think it's good that you talk about it, because it should be something that we do talk about. Because I think the more it's talked about, the more that we know how big of an issue it is.
Yeah.
But again, as I said, the way that I see the whole handmaid thing is that it was a surrogacy issue, and I know we're comparing modern surrogacy to dead surrogacy. I'm saying
ancient surrogacy, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, how many times? I mean, there's a lot of medieval surrogacy that happened the same way, where a particular loyal couple or a couple of, let's say, a dukedom, for example, couldn't have children. I said, my handmaid here, who was not necessarily a slave, but was a poor girl or a common girl, and she was sent there. It's like, well, you can have her. And again, it doesn't seem with those particular relationships where the consent was given. And I don't think the idea of consent, was something that they understood back then. Because again, I think it's more of a modern idea, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I think it's a really good thing that consent has been understood and conceptualized in the modern times. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, how long ago was it that a husband could rape his wife? I mean, there wasn't, unfortunately, that long ago, which is really, if you think about it, horrific.
That was what, 80s, 90s when they finally came up with that one. Yeah,
which is a living memory, especially it's for me, because I remember when it happened. I was just like, really, that's still a thing, and it's just like, it's just like So I generally believe that she told her to do something because she was she was beholden to her. She just did it anyway and probably did consent. But you know, we could argue how valid was that consent, and we could be here all day. But I mean, again, that's personally what I, as a believer myself, believe. Because again, Abraham is somebody who's one of the leaders of the 12 tribes. So, and it
So you
instigated the
wouldn't
whole.
want to think negatively of him at all because he's the
No,
start
no,
of the
no. I mean,
religion.
not at all, because you know, nobody's perfect. You know, no, again, just because he could have like beaten people, he could have hit people, he could have killed people. And again, as you said, he could have raped what's it, humanity. I just generally believe that the thing back then was, my mistress has asked me to do something, I'm going to do it. You know, there wasn't any idea of I need to give consent in order to do this, because again, as I said, consent in the modern sense is only like, as I said, only a couple of days, only maybe 100 years, maybe less than that years old. And I'm glad it is, by the way. Just don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that.
You're trying to rationalize it through the time frame that it happened as well, because I mean, we're talking 2,000-3,000 years ago, allegedly. And,
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
also
even
a
going
fact
back
of like
as to,
which.
yeah, I was going to say, even going back as to like medieval aristocracy, if the woman couldn't get pregnant, or if the woman was barren, generally they would, usually without consent, they would, you know, toss the duke or the king or whatever, one of their handmaidens. And if a child was conceived, yes, they'd take care of the woman as well, but it was basically all about that child. And the child would be adopted into the family and everything like that.
Yeah, and
Although
by
that
the
was
way,
more not the aristocracy. If it was kings, it always had to be a fully legitimate heir. So they're just
okay,
like
not king.
the
That
wife.
would be like the duke or the baron or any.
Like there's
lower
cases of it,
echelons.
like in Scotland, where
Mm-hmm.
there'd be one of the maids that was in the court, and normally the maids that were in there weren't of low standing. They had to be from rich families, maybe not titled families, but rich. So it's like the rich merchant's daughter, or the magistrate's daughter, someone who came from a wealthy family, because also back then they also believed in rich people were rich for a reason, and their genes were of better value. Although they still believe that working class women's boob milk was more robust and virile or some shit. And you know, the milk of the aristocracy ladies was far too weak to help robust young boys grow. Weirdness, I know.
I mean, seriously, Henry VIII had so many illegitimate children. It's unbelievable. I think he had like 5 that we know of. And like, you know, he probably had more than that. And he's just like,
I mean,
you know,
what is it? Genghis Khan had multiple wives, and now with genealogy, we are aware that I believe he is like
He's a direct male line descendant to something like 20% of the population.
No, it's
in
higher.
Asia.
It's like in a world population, there's like a 80-90% percentage rate of lineage to him. So people took DNA tests or something, and like he is responsible for such a large proportion of the population, because like not just men, women, etc. Like it's meant to be crazy with how many people he's responsible for populating the world with. Like Genghis Khan was dead. That would literally get rid of the greenhouse effect. So, you know, if anyone wants to go back in history, there's your target.
No, it's only 0.5%.
But
0.5.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that translates to like roughly 16 million descendants today, but
Oh yeah, shit, that will be it. I think I remember just the yeah, I knew it was like a fucking large number.
yeah, 1 in every 200 men are direct descendants of Genghis Khan.
bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's how crazy. Like my ex was a relation of Genghis Khan, and like he even had the same fucking birthmark as Genghis Khan too.
Oh, fun.
Yeah,
Bloody hell. Oh.
he was half Chinese.
Well, I mean, there's obviously some Mongolian in there too.
Yeah, so just I mean, seriously, I mean, like, I'm glad Villa is in here, because you know the fact we have a female in here to, especially to talk about
Yeah.
this particular issue. And again, if there's
Oh
more
yeah,
women out
because
there,
like you men, you can't talk about anything to do with women without a woman
no.
being there. You got
No,
that
no,
sex. Sorry, I'm joking about Shani. Don't worry. What
No,
Shani said the other day with G-Man talking about reproductive. So it's like, how dare you men not have a woman in here? You're sexist for not having a woman. It's like, no,
Okay,
no,
so-
not at all.
no, but
Sorry.
what I'm saying is that it's good to have a female perspective on this issue.
Yes,
that's why
I definitely like having that.
but to be honest, I mean, like Shani's perspective isn't exactly any better than G-Man's. To be fair,
I mean, I
Very
found
true.
myself kicking myself the other day for actually agreeing with Shani on a lot of things,
Yeah.
but you know, then of course she put her ass hat back on, and it was like, oh, okay, this is Shani again.
Mm.
I mean, how about Lot? That was an interesting part of it. The daughters getting their dad drunk and essentially raping him.
That's messed up on so many levels as well. Like,
Yep. I mean, you have to think the amount of alcohol involved in causing a man to become unconscious is also going to have a major effect on plumbing.
well, not just like, not just that. There's a lot to that was where the
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sodom and Gomorrah, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't think of that. So they're like, this is like the bit, and it's a really small point, I know, but I'm just talking about what of all the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your home's about to be destroyed. You have minutes to get out. Yes, let's get all the booze, enough to get our father so drunk he is unconscious. Like, wow. I mean, I would be a bit more pressed to get other things, but okay. Like, how long were they planning on this father rape? Did they get all the booze in their bag, prepared to run away? Sorry.
I think the whole
laugh.
thing is about how the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah was passing over to the daughters. Like, they were influenced. I think it's trying to point the point of how bad situations, how bad environments could produce bad people who otherwise would be good. And I think that's the whole point of that particular narrative, if that makes sense. Because again, I've known people myself who've been coming from the mean streets of Salford who, trust me, I could tell you stories behind the scenes of the drug dealers I know. And the thing
mean streets, the mean dirt roads of Oklahoma. I understand.
Yeah,
Mm.
but the thing is
No,
that
I'm near Chatham.
So
fair
we do have a surprisingly high meth population in our town. It's really ridiculous.
We have a lot of weed, cocaine, and heroin because I live in between the coastal towns of Hastings and like Brighton, etc., and London. So we get all the drug traffic through from the coastal regions to like central London. Does mean a lot of the drugs are purer, but it also means there's a fucking lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this place I think makes where we live look like flaming. I'm trying to think of a really nice place like Edinburgh or something. Like basically like
The Vatican.
I really like nice, well maintained city. Because there's a lot of people doing a lot of debauchery and sex things, and with everybody and everything they wanted to and stuff like that. And that's why Abraham was going, well, if I could find some good people, will you save it? It's just like, oh, I might do. And it's just like, and that's the whole point, is that how a bad city can corrupt an entire people. And I think it was that Lot's daughters was corrupted.
I actually did want to comment on that though. There was like 5 or 6 verses in chapter 18 where it was literally Abraham trying to haggle with God.
Mm.
I was like,
went from like 50 to 45, 40 to
all
30
the way down to
10.
20. Yeah, it was like, that was ridiculous. It was like, okay, so you're saying if I could find 50 good people, we're good, right? He's like, well, what if I'm short by 5? Okay, well then 45 then. It's like, well, hold on a second. What if I'm short by 5 more? It's like, okay, fine, 40. Okay, but what if I can only find 30? Okay, fine, 30. But what if I can only find 20? And I mean, he gets them all the way down to 10, and then it's like he can't even find that.
So
Yeah,
that one thing I'm not sure about. So would his daughters not be included in that then? Because if they're
I'm
corrupted
pretty sure
by...
that only included men.
Oh, okay.
No,
So I
no,
wanted to check because I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not biblical, and I like coming and learning, and also as a gobby and opinionated bitch, I like having a bit of banter and like finding stuff out. So
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. I mean, the thing is, I'm going to say this: it's okay to come from this. Excuse me, because I'm not G-man. I'm not the two.
Yeah.
You must have read the Bible 5 times, and you must know it backwards and forwards. And you must know that I'm not sort of that sort of gatekeepery sort of knobhead. You know, I try not to do that because the thing is that people could come to it from their own perspectives because
Yeah,
all
see-
of them are valid.
with me, I don't so much mind Christians. I hate the church, and I hate the fact that like there are bad churches that take the worst aspects of the Bible and build everything off it, and then that's a problem because it's very hateful, and like that's where I have an issue. I think organized religion can get very dicey, and I get the community aspect, that's great, but when there's leadership positions put in it, it gets a bit spicy, shall we say. I don't like it because
Just a little bit, yeah.
It depends who you have in charge, though. I always like to like if you've got a good person in charge, then it'll be good, positive. You know, try to do things for there's people on every side. If we want to call this sides, I don't really go into sides really, to be honest with you. But on every aspect of every debate, that has its good sides and has its bad sides. You know, and the thing is, I understand that for every, I'm trying to think of again, for every Kenneth Copeland out there, there's somebody who isn't like that, who does a lot of like good with their church, try to promote there's a lot of people actually pushing at the moment for LGBT marriages inside the church. I mean, I'm one of them, just so you know, because I'm somebody who is very LGBT friendly. Because again, I don't think it really I don't think God really cares who you shag as long as it's consensual. I generally believe that.
I don't see how, if we're all made in God's image, then if God makes us physically able to do it, then it must be a part of us. That is like okay, and I mean in the more positive aspects, because otherwise that's like saying we're able to come up with murder, so murder must be okay in God's eyes, because like obviously no. But like I think if like you're capable of like if you're able to love a man and you're a man, then that must be okay, because otherwise why would God have allowed you to feel it?
And again, I understand when if let's say, for example, you have a very negative idea of, say, for example, the church, and you see somebody like a Kenneth Copeland who talks about he thinks that coronavirus is punishment from God for certain aspects of US your policy. Yeah, I can understand that pissing you off, especially if you've lost somebody during this crisis. Because a lot of people have lost people. I mean, we've had what?
Was it Pastor Greg Locke, the one that just got recently banned on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Fuck that guy. I've actually talked to that guy. I've actually physically talked with.
Oh my God, I want to hear about this.
He is scum.
Go ahead, actually. Utter fucking cunt. He is disgusting, and he is as bad as McMurtry. Pumpkin fucker.
Right, do you know who the Bible Thumping Window is?
Yes, I've never talked to him, but...
He has a YouTube channel of him. Anyway, I used to go on his channel quite a lot when he was part of the Triple R gang. This was a while ago. This is about mid of 10 years ago now. God, it feels like a lot years ago, but unfortunately that's
so the Bible Thumping Wingnut is Pastor Greg Locke?
No, Tim. But Greg Locke would come on. So like he'd have what's his name? Matt Slick on, and he'd have Greg Locke on. Anyway, Greg Locke was on, and he was saying some. He was talking about I try to find a way that's going to say that I can say this without pissing Vila off. He was talking about how some women are sexually promiscuous with the clothes they wear. Okay, and I kind of challenged that. Said, well, a woman could wear what she wants. It doesn't mean that she's promiscuous. Some women like to show a bit of their bodies because, and I pointed out that some women have lost weight and they like to show how much weight they've lost. Some women are just very open to their bodies. Doesn't mean that they like sex. They're just very open with displaying their bodies because that's just what they feel comfortable doing. It says nothing about their sexual.
Well, there are a lot of women that fucking cover head to toe, and they're absolute whores. They're banging someone new every night. Like,
that's what I told him.
What you wear doesn't necessarily dictate your body count.
Yeah, so I point this out.
Yeah, modesty is not a good measuring stick for promiscuity.
Fuck no.
No.
Yeah, but this is what Craig Locke was saying. Again, there's other stuff as well. But yeah, like
I could imagine him saying shit like that, like the stuff he's come out with. Fucking
Mindy.
Hell.
Home, she can finally watch in peace. Apparently, it's caused a fight in her car.
Oops. Oh, sorry, Midnight.
Sorry.
No, it's just that I know Midnight, and she's a very nice person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Midnight's lovely. I've talked to her in one of the Discords.
Oh yeah,
she's also nice.
We're always in voice chat with that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were.
I think we're talking about the Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot, and his daughters getting drunk and having their way with him.
The Madonna whore complex. Yeah, that's. But yeah. Okay, so Abram, I guess before he got renamed, essentially tries to, not to insult Sam, but Jew the deal down from 50 all the way down to 10, and still fails. You get Lot, who is on the run with his daughters. His wife accidentally looks back, gets turned into a pillar of salt, and yeah,
that bit does confuse me. What was the point?
Because they were told not to look back, and his wife disobeyed God. But
what was the point in that caveat? Like, of all things,
I don't know.
I
don't see why she didn't just drop dead instead of getting turned into a pillar of salt, because that raises all kinds of skeptical issues.
Didn't he bring her? No, he didn't bring her back from salt later on, did he?
No.
No,
then I don't get it. Like, honestly, that point, of all things, why didn't they don't turn around? I would think it was more God's style to say, like, make them turn around and look and watch and be like, behold what happens when when you turn away from God. Look upon the ruins of the city and remember this going forward. Like, that would be much more dramatic and on vibe.
Ivy Rose, even if it did, who cares who people are having sex with or how often? The obsession with what other people do with their bodies baffles me. The only time it ever becomes an issue with me is when it doesn't involve consenting adults.
The whole point, Ivy, is because they did that. Like, the more sex you have, the more like you're more likely to have sex with people that you shouldn't be. That's the whole point of.
And with the modesty thing, it's women's fault for leading men astray. So we have to cover up our bodies, because if men look at our sexy ass bodies not wearing a lot of stuff, they can't control their poor little man brain and are like, woman, ugh, must have. I mean, the Bible really doesn't actually give men enough credit. I don't think men are that dumb. They have full faculties to control themselves against a miniskirt. They do.
No,
I mean,
again,
there's a certain age there where, you know, most guys, and I'm pretty sure Gary will agree with me, that we are literally just dick thinkers.
yes,
You know, all we were doing is searching for that next warm, wet hole.
yes,
And
Yeah.
but it seems like the Bible like focuses on that one aspect of, you know, puberty, and like drags it into these, you know, 80, 90-year-old men.
no, but I don't think that some guys still act like that, because I mean, I know some guys, unfortunately, who I mean, I'm going to be 40 in that near distant future, are about my age, who still try and, you know, search for female companions, should we say, all the time. I mean, I go up to clubs not because I'm looking for female companions, just in case I meet somebody. Again, I'm not directly searching for it. Whereas the guys who go up, that's exactly what they go up for, for that next. But again, I don't think
that's. I mean, to me, that's fine. That's different. I more mean, it is like there's a stigma around it in the church where it's like, a man looks at a woman wearing not enough clothes and instantly, because he saw her and had a dirty thought, bam, instant sin. Like the whole
if you look upon a
thought,
woman with lust, you've already committed adultery in your heart.
what is it? Thought sin or whatever it is.
Oh, hey, Lulu.
I can't remember what the proper term is, but it is like there's it more much heavily in Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, things like that, where even thinking about having an affair, looking at a woman and going, "Oh, I'd love to have an affair with you," you've committed this sin, because thoughts count. Thoughts do count, and like that is in the Bible too. And it's like back then, it was a big deal. Not so much now, because we do on thought crime.
Yes. Yeah, it's thought policing. That's all it is.
Yeah, and
the StreamYard links is pinned to the comments if if anyone else wants to come in.
Yeah,
Greg Locke does believe in thought crime. He does believe that women are responsible for leading men astray, and it's our fault for not wearing enough clothes, because men will think of these sins and sin. So women have to cover up to not let men sin.
No, well, I personally don't believe that, because I think what it is to do with the fact that a lot of men are very, again, as a bloke myself, sometimes some of us can be very immature when it comes to that sort of thing, unfortunately. Like the amount of times, you know, you see a guy, he's happily married, you know, he's got 2 kids, and then how many times do you read that, like, you know, all it took was some flaming jailbait, flaming teenager wearing a short skirt to sort of twist his head a little bit. And it's just like, it's like, and again, this is on the woman, this is on the guy for being a complete, you know, for not thinking, I have a wife at home, you know. But again, and I think the whole point of the Bible is to understand that responsibility, that, you know, your wife is, you know, she's your family. You know, she's the person that you're supposed to love more all other people. But now it seems to be the other way around, where it's just like, well, you know, she was all right for a little bit, and then, but now she's got a bit older. It's like it's so ages to me. Maybe my thoughts are different on this, but like, you know,
I mean, in those cases, it's not normally just they've got old. It's the relationship stagnated. There becomes a lot of issues, and things don't get talked about, and then there is that pretty person that walks by that gives you attention, and there's that sudden new rush of all the chemicals of, like, when it first happened with that wife, when you fell in love, or husband, and you're like, oh wow, everything's new and everything's nice, because once you're married and have kids, your attention's divided. You're grown up. You're not there to constantly have your life revolve around the man or the woman. You've got to go work. You've got to do things, self-care, lots of responsibility. So you're not always there putting in the same amount of effort as you do in the beginning of a budding relationship. And then people feel upset, neglected. They don't feel loved. They don't feel attractive anymore. And that new person that comes along fulfills all those needs that partner isn't fulfilling. And that's why they're like, oh, wow, this seems so lovely. because
Yep.
they're suddenly getting those needs fulfilled that they aren't getting fulfilled at home. No, that's not an excuse to cheat, because you can always go, hey, I'm not happy. We either need to fix this or break up. That's the option. You shouldn't try to have your cake and eat it too. But I do understand where the feeling comes from, but I don't think it's an excuse to actually cheat. At that point, you either fix it and go get therapy, or you break the fuck up, because it's not fair to be such a dick to the other person or the potential new person, making them the other woman or husband. Bad.
Going back real quick, the Lulu's, I believe it's a two-way street, those that want to be looked at and those who will be looking. I mean, you're essentially talking about the a tamer version of the fetishes for exhibitionism and voyeurism. So,
but I think what the Bible is trying to say is that thought process of, you know, you need to talk to your wife, because the thing is that if you're looking at somebody else, it's because maybe what you're looking for at home has a, you know, maybe your relationship isn't as fiery as it was. I mean, if you're a very physical person, and I don't mean that in that you're, because it wasn't sex. I mean, sex is something that you want more of. That's something you need to talk to your partner about and say, hey, you know, can we talk about this issue? And the thing is that, I mean, they want stuff off you as well. I mean, that's why it's a partnership. That's why marriage is a partnership.
I mean, my ex-wife used to point them out to me, so.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I mean, again, I've never been married, so, you know, unfortunately, you know, no woman's that stupid. But, you know,
oh no,
I'm still
my
technically
ex-wife was
married.
bisexual, or my ex-wife was bisexual, so she, I would get random texts throughout the day, and it's like, look at these, and I'd just like, okay, those aren't yours. But oh, hey, it's Lulu. How we doing?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm doing fine. So, how are you guys? I've just caught the stream. I was like, oh my God, there's a live stream on and it's Carnivorous Ape.
Oh yeah, you're catching me about 2 hours after I just got done doing the one chip challenge.
Dude.
He was an absolute trooper. He muscled through. He lasted the whole hour. No drink, no nothing. And he was like there, like so stoic, like
he's a fucking monster.
Yeah, and then at points he's like, look, you can see the tear, barely see anything. And he's like, yeah, I'm getting the stomach cramps now. No moving, nothing. Just like, yep, I'm in a lot of pain right now. The stomach waves are hurting.
Well,
yeah, right on, dude.
He's like, fucking hell, he's a monster.
Well, I've got to say, isn't it G-Man who talks about your sex life quite a lot? Like, because he talks about the fact
G-Man is obsessed with my sex life. It's hilarious.
He's gone that far with it.
Oh yeah,
for those who don't know,
well,
yeah, for those who don't know, Ape is having a polyamorous relationship with his friend's wife. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
I am in a relationship with my roommates, which they are a married couple. I also have 3 other girlfriends that it's all consensual. All 4 of them know about each other, and you know, I have fun.
More power to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you noticed that I've not said a word about it until I mentioned the fact that G-Man cares about it, because I don't really give a crap.
Yeah, G-Man is like freaking obsessed with it, and I find it hilarious because like the poetry video that I did last week for him, his response to that was that he had no idea who I was. The problem was in the same video that he claimed or that he challenged me to write poetry to him was also the same video that I hadn't said a word to him in over 3 months. I popped in that Discord, or I popped in that StreamYard, and he jumped on it. He interrupted everybody, brought me on. It's Pastor Carnivorous Ape, and I was like, because you don't know who I am at all, do you?
I was watching that one. Yeah. I remember that because he challenged you to a rap battle. And he was like, oh, come on then, you do a rap battle. And you said, actually, I can't rap. I'm not like that.
No,
and you said something about, you said, I can write you a song, I can do your poetry. Yeah. And he said, all right then, write me some poetry.
Yeah, he's been
So you
challenging me
did.
to do a diss rap to him for the last like year and a half, and it's like, G-Man, we've been over this. I'm tone deaf. I can't sing. And then he finally popped off. It's like, fine, write me some poetry. And I was like, you want me to write you poetry? And he started trying to make fun of it. He's like, the whole roses are red, violets are blue. And I was like, I mean, that's the creepy factor I'm getting. But then I'm sitting there like discussing do I have to follow the rules of the rap battle? Do I have to do this? And it was like, okay, give me a couple of weeks and I'll have something written up. I had it written up in 8 days. And I mean, I did the whole French beret. I had the turtleneck on.
It was
and,
so good.
yeah. And I mean,
Anyway, I've got, but as soon as somebody talks about his sex life, the fact that people think he's gay, which I don't think so. I mean, right, I'm going to say, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something now, and then people can jump on me now. He shagged Indigo. I don't care what anybody tells me. He shagged Indigo.
Oh no, he's admitted he's not a virgin. We don't know to whom he popped his cherry. But he has basically almost admitted that he has admitted that he is not a virgin, but he has still been a bit weird about the story about a child and wife. And he's gone, why is that your business anyway? Why would you care about me paying child support or not or something? So
I don't know on that one, honestly. The whole thing about the wife and the kid, I mean, I know that we have his word from it, but it was like 8 or 9 years ago.
Oh,
and
okay.
There's still arguments over whether it's a son or a daughter, because all he ever said was he had an autistic child. And I'm sorry, but when I'm talking about autism in children, my youngest son is on the spectrum, and I don't call him my child. It's, there's a gender there. I do have it as a personalized thing. And just the way that he said it, it's easier for me to believe that he was just making shit up than it is for him to for me to think that a woman actually let him go in raw.
I mean, that would make more sense, to be fair. I thought Miss Parker said she had proof. I don't know.
No, that was the whole thing I was actually looking up on, because I have a background check. I have background check software on my computer. I had it. He is laying down a lot of like red herrings where, like, you've got, because there are a lot of Gary Moores in New Jersey. But there was only one marriage certificate for somebody of approximately the right age, and it doesn't really line up right.
Okay.
So,
but saying that though, I mean, I think that the girl he could be interested in, and I hate to say this, could be Vila here, because I mean, she's the sort of type he goes for: white, attractive. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
like,
he likes.
He would try to. Yeah, I said, you look at Galaxy Dreams, Eve Real, like Lisa Lemon, Lee Lemon, all these like women that he tries to go after women like you and sorry, Vila. I mean, you could not like me if you after that. But I'm just betraying that. I just say that Gary Moore has a particular type he goes for.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I mean, look at Shani. No.
I mean, she. At
least that I draw the line at. Do not compare me to Shani.
No,
I'm not the size of a truck. I may have the same teeth, but I'm not that big.
But he does like the white girls.
Yes,
he does. I don't think he likes Shani.
It makes sense for a self-hating black man.
I don't think he likes Shani that way. I think he just likes her as a friend because I mean, for those of you who don't remember, I mean, like there was a period when Shani got divorced from Chris, where she was basically throwing herself at him.
Like, nope, no, get away, Shani. I'm not into you. Like he was not for that.
Oh, I did not see that.
You man said Fuji Booty was hot.
Yeah, that's.
Ah.
I mean, Ape, have you not heard the audio where Shani basically said that you could be licking my pussy, you could be.
Yes, I've heard that. No.
Yeah, that was legitimate.
I've heard it, and that was disturbing.
Yes.
No, I don't. I don't think G-Man like fancies Shani, and I don't think he likes her that much. I think he knows that he can use her and manipulate her like a tiny little puppet.
Well, From what I
and
see on
he
that
can
one,
do it well.
is Shanny seems to be a little too opinionated for G-Man. You know, he's the typical misogynist. He likes his women subservient.
But
Well,
Shani was a lot more, from what it sounds like,
Hey,
quite
Blue,
a
how
few
you
years
doing?
ago, she was much more subservient, wasn't she? And now she's
Mhm.
apparently much more disgusting. Like,
Yeah. Well, considering
my
who
God,
she's-
how she acts, that is not only not what a like godly woman acts like, that's just not what a decent woman acts like. She acts in such a poor manner. There's no manners. She acts like one of those try hard bitches that think they're like trying to impress all the men. And they're like, oh, look, I'm not like a normal woman. Look, look, I'm one of the men. I'm so cool. I'm one of the men. I'm not like the other girls.
It's Nicole.
No.
What is it? It's Nicole No, not Nicole Kidman. Who was that Playboy bunny back in the day that was back in the early 2000s?
Anna Nicole Smith?
Anna Nicole Smith, yes. She's kind of like Anna Nicole Smith when she had her reality TV show, just a fucking train wreck and a half.
Kind of,
It's just-
yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't really pay too much attention to Shani, is because just about everything that she does is literally a slow motion train wreck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He seems to like anybody who agrees with him. That's one of the reasons why he had Vaughn around for so long. And yeah.
Not just that, like he seems to be proper like going for Veckel now. Like he seems to absolutely love him. Anything Veckel says, he's like, yeah, no, wait, that is the right one, isn't it, Veckel?
G-Man
So
released a
Veckel
I
is
second.
can't
his yes
think
man
of
now?
what his name is.
G-Man released a very sexist video on his G-Man channel. Are you talking about the How to Be a Man? I'm pretty sure that was horrible. Hey, Blue, how are we doing? Let's see here.
Woohoo! Hey, CA, what's going on?
I'm doing good.
Hi.
Oh.
So
I turned on my cam, but I'm, echinacea.
That's fine. You're kind of roboting a little bit.
It is Veckel, isn't it? That's the one whose profile picture is like a cartoonized black man with like dreads almost. Yeah. Awesome. Sorry, I have memory problems.
No worries.
So like, I want to just check.
Yeah,
he's like yes man in Veckel, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, actually, they had an argument that long ago.
Well, yeah, but when Veckel took his side against Shani last week, they that apparently has been all made up. But that was not fun. That wasn't even fun to watch. Sorry, go ahead.
What I look for in a woman and what G-Man looks for a woman are two different things.
What do you want in a woman?
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure
G-Man wants in a woman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all look for something different.
Well, I want a strong woman who's not afraid to tell me her opinion. G-Man wants somebody who's subservient to him. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not just that subservient to him, like to him and whatever male friend that he wants to have around. So it's not just enough to not challenge your husband and his views. Any man that he wants to associate with, when they come to the house for dinner, you have to yes. Oh yes. Oh my gosh, you're so smart. How did you think of that? Like, just the whole 1950s housewife package deal where like, yeah. And then not only that, you have to be okay with him supporting other people. You have to be okay with living in a shit tip yourself while he gives money away to everyone else. Like, he's never going to find a woman like while he's doing half the stuff he does.
You see that, Villa, but I've seen some girls go up with some dirtbag guys. I mean, the thing is that I'm single because I'm too nice. The amount of women who tell me you're too nice, I was like, how can I be too nice? I'm treating you like a human being. How is that too nice? Or is he? I like a bit of a bad boy. What do you mean? Yeah,
I've seen some of the I've seen some of those reactions. They're not all that great. I mean, personally, the only time I like subservience in my woman is when she's, on my bed. But otherwise, I prefer intelligent, opinionated.
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't know what to say here now because I can't be nice.
Well,
I'm
hot
so
fucking
sorry.
Damn.
No, Villa, this is an open forum. Trust me.
Yeah, this is
All right,
open forum.
the women that say you're too nice, that's just an excuse. That's what women say to a man when they're not interested. They just don't fucking like you, and you've pressed for a reason, and they have to say something without triggering you. So they go, "No, you're just too nice. You're too nice. You're not the sort of person I want to go for. You're too nice."
Oh yeah,
Because that's complimenting you while turning you down.
It's the
And then
friend
they're
zone.
saying, "I want a bad
Yeah.
boy," because they're trying to say, I want someone that's lesser than you to not trigger you. It's a way of pandering to a male ego while avoiding confrontation so you can be safe.
Sweetie, get into macrame so that way you know how to tie them up if they want a bad boy.
Oh, you don't need to get into macrame for that. You can just.
No,
I need to start doing those videos.
No, it's not that, Villa. The thing is that I prefer straightforwardness. If I'm doing something that you don't like, because if you say to me like, "I'd like you, but you need to drop a couple of pounds,"
Yeah, but that
I
doesn't
could do
matter
that.
because what girls are going to
Mhm.
react to is what they've had to learn to do. It's
I
not
get you.
saying you're going to react that way. It's not saying you're
Yeah.
one of those men. Like, just because you like the straightforwardness doesn't mean women are going to feel safe to do it.
Yeah,
I've
there's.
been in those positions where I've had to be so nice and let people down with a smile because I know if I don't, I'm going to get shit. I had a guy I went on a date with, right? And after 3 hours, when I gave him a hug goodbye, he started kissing my neck, forced a snog on me. And when he went home that evening, I got a message of him saying, "I love you." When I told him, "Oh, no, I'm out. No, I warned you that you were overstepping boundaries when you kissed me. And now you go and say, I love you." When I said, "No, I'm done," he had a go at me, saying I fucked with him. I played him around. I led him on. And it was my fault. This is what men are
Okay.
like. This is what women have to deal with. So we have learned to be careful with dealing with men when rejecting them because men are fucking unpredictable when they've got a bruised ego.
Blue, we got better audio this time?
I hope so. How's it sound?
You sound fine.
Yeah, better now.
Oh, I just had to say, I don't know, maybe I missed something, but if I told my girlfriend, if I said, "Hey, you need to lose a couple pounds," first she would hit me, and then the relationship would be over. I mean, no, you can't say that. That's,
Oh no, you can't say that.
No,
but it
okay.
has to be through communication. There would have to be a really good communication skill between you and
right.
her.
I mean, if you'd been intimate and you talked about these matters and you said it in a really
Yeah.
loving way, maybe.
I
But
mean,
if you just
like you
say,
could be like, "Sweetie, I don't like the fact that you're 300 pounds and you're eating yourself to immobility. I want to live a long and fruitful life with you, not a short, drawn out, painful one. Let's go diet together."
that's another great. Also,
That's a
I'm
good
not thinking
example.
about. I'm not with no woman who's morbidly obese to start with, so that doesn't.
Well,
I mean, I don't have a lot of room to talk because I am damn near 300 pounds, but something like that approach would be, you know what? I think we need to get healthier. Maybe we should both go, maybe both go on a diet or both.
Yeah, but how
start
tall
going
are
to the
you
gym.
though, CA? You're like 6'2" or something.
6 foot.
Okay.
The only difference is I've got a constant 54-inch chest. Even when I was down to 200 pounds, I still had a 54-inch freaking chest.
Well, Blue. I mean, like I've lost over the last year and a bit since 2019. I've lost over 3 stone.
Wow. How'd you do it?
Dieting, exercise.
42 pounds.
What is that? What is that? About 42. That's right.
Yeah.
That's 200. That's near enough 300 pounds. That's 285. I want to say pounds if you did the conversions right. I think about around that 295 maybe. It's near enough 300 pounds anyway. Yeah. So I just dieted a lot. The thing is that these clothes that I'm wearing now are from extra large, and I look at that, they're hanging off me. So, like, you know, so yeah.
How much is a stone again? 14 or
14.
16 pounds?
Yeah, 14 pounds.
Oh, wow. Well, that's you do look thinner, absolutely, than you used to.
You've gotten healthier since I started talking to you.
Yeah. So the thing is that, you know, and it's not for anybody else. It's a thing. It's just for my own, because the thing is that as I said, I'm going to be 40. 2022. So you know, I want to try and get a bit healthier because I want to be around for my nieces and nephews, and you know, just be a bit healthier in my lifestyle. So.
Well, I mean, I was going to start my diet, but you know, I just bought a freaking Mustang, so I'll get the midlife crisis part out of the worry before I start in on that.
I have to figure out what I'm doing for my midlife crisis first. I wanted to say,
skinny old Blue could pick him up by his throat and slam
Yes,
him.
I'm skinny as fuck. Vaughn could pick me up with one hand and body slam me because I'm only 5'5" and only weigh 100 pounds. Just try it, little Irv.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't not.
I mean, I would be impressed if Vaughn could pick up one of those dogs that he's got outside.
I'm a fat bitch.
One of those dogs without their shots.
No, you're not. Shani's a fat bitch.
Hold on. Whoa, Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can I ask a question to the ladies in the room? What is attractive about Von Helton? I mean, like, is it the fact he has no teeth? He has no teeth? Is it because, like, you know, he lives in a trailer park with his parents? I don't
You know what? Just because I got some incest in my family and we're from the South doesn't mean that I like country bumpkins.
Just because I'm goth and a witch and a pagan,
Thank you,
we
witchcraft.
obviously
High five.
have like orgies. High five. You know, we obviously have orgies fucking every day.
As an actual pagan.
Doesn't mean I like Ron.
As an actual pagan, you must be even more offended.
No, it's just like it's been married like 4 or 5 times.
I have with Ron.
Yep.
The guy's been married.
The shit he says, claiming to be a pagan, absolutely fucking infuriates me.
Oh my god.
He's told me directly that he is, because I asked him. I said, all right, what pantheon? I think he said he's sort of like the Native American, because he claims to be Native American. Sorry, Abe, I don't like that.
That's
shut the fuck up. He just needs
that's
to shut
me, because he claims that there's no mortal word for them. Because
I mean, that would make sense
creators.
on why that would make sense on why he claims that his gods are unnamed. It's probably just because he can't pronounce the damn names.
Maybe. Or maybe he doesn't remember them. I don't know. Like, he's just so wrong with everything he says. He believes he's pagan. Doesn't mean he knows anything about paganism.
Nope.
No.
He doesn't even understand what black magic, white magic is, and he actually thinks the rule of 3 is part of paganism, when it's not. It's witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is a modern day construct made in the 1930s by a woman who wrote a fucking poem, and then everyone kept spewing it out over and over again like verbal vomit on a keyboard. It is not an integral part of witchcraft. It was a poem made up by some old bitch that was a Catholic before she found witchcraft. Sorry.
So, you know, you have monotheism and polytheism.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so in polytheism, they have sections called paganism. Paganism meaning usually those that are found in. Sorry, I'm brain. Smoking. Too high.
If you like, we can go over what Vaughn said about Paganism and Keck.
No, thank you.
I left a link. No, not
No,
your show.
I don't mind the whole talking shit at us, but or because they do that to us, but I'm not going to pull up one of his links, at least not in this stream.
No problem.
But anyways, there's paganism as a religion, like how there's pagan Wicca or neo-paganism. But then there's also a branch of paganism which actually centers around religions as a whole. So he's not using the word correctly. Because he's not saying whether he's pagan as in the pagan religion, or if he's pagan and not centering around a thus concise religion.
Well, he says he's
It's
pagan
like-
and he is eclectic pagan.
That's still a branch term. That's like saying for witchcraft, you can practice witchcraft, but witchcraft is not a religion.
No,
Does
it's
that
just a
make
craft.
sense?
You can be,
Yeah.
you can be a Christian practitioner of witchcraft. You can be a Muslim
Yeah.
practitioner of witchcraft. Like knitting, it is a craft. It has no base in a religion because it's a fucking craft. It is just that.
So he's an eclectic pagan. Well, that's fine, but like, what are you really like in tune with?
He
Like-
thinks eclectic means cherry pick. Like I do
Yeah.
describe it as this. It's taking what works and getting rid of the rest. Yes, but he never says what he takes. He just
what
uses
he
random
takes.
things. Like he
Which
talks about
is-
grounding and how he grounds with his hands, and that's why they're dirty. But you don't ground with your hands; you ground with your feet.
Yeah.
Or if you
I like how
are
you
doing it
pointed
with
to your
anything,
chin
you're
when you said
lying
your feet.
down and everything. So everything goes because you want everything to go from the top to the bottom. If you do it with your hands, it's a bit.
Yeah.
How's it going to work? You want
Exactly.
everything to go downward.
How the fuck is this gonna work out?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
he doesn't know, and he's made it to where he understands it and he thinks everyone thinks like him.
Yeah, and when
Pretty much.
another pagan
is
comes in the
just-
room,
They're wrong.
not just that, like it's not just they're wrong, it's no, this is just my eclectic
we lost Blue
paganism,
again.
it's different to yours, they're not the same. So
Right,
I'm not
so-
wrong. But you're not
so-
wrong either.
So Villa, which pantheon do you worship, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm also eclectic, so I just tend to worship a selection of deities. At the moment, I'm kind of being very drawn to the Norse gods, but also I mainly just associate sun, moon, god, goddess, and that's it. And I worship nature because, like, that's what gives us our life. So I'm like, thank you, tree, thank you for the fruit, and just vibe like that. As I've gotten older, I've gotten much more less militant with my beliefs on it. Because I used to be very, very militant pagan to the point where I was starting to do starting to organise petitions and stuff for Halloween and have it changed, and saying things like witch costumes need to be changed. If you're going to sell a witch costume as the fucking evil, wicked, warty bitch, you have to put down movie witch, not just witch, because otherwise it is actually extremely offensive, because it's like saying all witches are evil and ugly and warty, and that's not okay.
I think this is a question for the ladies.
I thought pagan
Oh.
was a collective term meaning lots of different religions. Although I don't know a religion becomes a pagan religion.
I mean, paganism is an umbrella term for various different beliefs. Yes, so like paganism will cover like so for
Druidism.
Celtic, shamanism,
Yeah.
Druidism, heathenry, Aesir, sorry,
The multiple cultural religions found in Africa, from nomadic to the tribunal,
yeah.
different.
Normally it's like the non-Abrahamic
You find
pagan ones, yeah.
Okay, so
I
So-
didn't
so-
dive
so
that
there
far
are-
into my studies of cultural anthropology when I was trying to get my bachelor's of science. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still
No.
studying.
That's fine.
Good.
So it sounds like
I
there
mean,
are
I've
quite
just
a
been
few
I've been
different
like learning
religions that are
paganism for
classified as
15 years
pagan.
because I don't have anything else to do. I keep a small human alive, and then I've got all the other free time to do shit. So I don't work because I'm a professional cripple.
Oh, same here.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm honestly
Mental
like
health.
I keep saying this. I do always refer to myself as a professional cripple. I get paid for being disabled. That makes me a
Yeah.
professional. If you get paid for doing something, you're a professional. I'm a professional cripple. And that way it kind of breaks the ice and makes people laugh, and then they feel less weird about talking about it because they've laughed and it's a icebreaker. And then it's also funny for me because it makes me feel like I actually have a job.
Oh, you got a thanks for
What are you doing
Cube
today?
State.
I'm crippling about the
That did help.
house.
Whoop. There you go.
Yeah, mine happens to be mental health, and I've recently come to realize that I'm probably never going to really hold down a full-time job, so I'm just going to work on my fucking art and say fuck
Mhm.
the
Do
world.
it.
And if it sells, it sells. So
Like,
my
do
room's
it.
going to be
Do
filled with
you
art.
need to be okay now. Like mine's partially mental health and partially physical. Like I have agoraphobia. I'm scared to leave the house on my own. I'm okay if someone's with me now, but before I used to be scared to go to the letterbox to get my mail. That's
Yeah.
how bad it was. And I'm okay to a certain level now, but I'm not going to be able to go to work. What am I going to need someone to fucking be at my side all day? Who's going to hire me and then my like chaperone? No one. So, oh well, I do what I got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a truck driver. That's just because I'm antisocial. I don't like dealing with people.
Yeah, I don't think they'd let me drive with like I'm getting cataracts and I've got brain damage. I don't think they trust me behind the wheel of a car that big.
Have you looked into remote working? Because that's been a thing that's come up recently with everything with COVID and all that sort of stuff.
Not at the moment, no, but I'm like
yeah.
permanently signed off. So
All right, fair enough.
Basically,
at the
doing an
moment,
office job
like
at home,
changing
yeah.
the status quo unless it is a sizable amount will end up putting me much worse off. So it comes to a point where like potentially putting my mental health and physical health at risk for a job that may or may not work out and make me not have like enough money to live is a bit of a dangerous ride, especially if I leave. I have to wait 6 months before I can reapply for benefits to help me.
By the way, Ape, you'd be king of the mountain at the moment in the UK because at the moment we're going through a bit of a crisis when it comes to delivery drivers.
Oh yeah, we're going through the same thing here. I mean, loads here recently. Like my standard load fee for a 1 day run is usually only like $800. Just last week, I pulled one for $2,100. That was a 1 day drop. So just that because they needed it there the next day, and it was like, okay, I'll get it done. So
I remember talking
that's the reason I had enough money to
Discord
go,
when you
to
did that.
go out and get a $40,000 car.
You deserve that $40,000 car.
Oh yeah,
You do.
So what have you got? If you got, is it a used Mustang or is it a new Mustang?
do what?
Is it a new Mustang or is it a used?
It's slightly used. It had 54,000 miles on it when I bought it.
Nice.
But I mean, it's a Mustang GT 5-liter V8 with the performance package in it. I've already had it up to 120 mile an hour. So
Nice. You get pulled over straight away if you tried that in the UK, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's nowhere in the UK with the road like really with the road nice, long, straight, empty, and like to do anything like that. Let alone nowhere in the UK has a speed limit of 120. Nowhere, and you won't get away with it because there's speed cameras everywhere.
I mean,
Yeah.
nowhere around here does either. But I live in the country, and I found a good 10-mile stretch where there were no cops, and it was like, you know what? There's nobody out here. I'm going to go ahead and see what this thing can do.
Yeah, no, honestly, on the
Oh,
motorway,
yeah.
every 5 miles thereabouts, there's a camera watching
Yeah,
you, and like they've got a camera to go in every lane, and it's got face tracking software. So if you're wanted and you go on the motorway, they can see you. They know you're there.
Yeah,
We're the most
recently,
watched
Fucked up
country.
shit.
yeah, because recently what they've done is they've put these things like smart motorways. So basically, what they do is, if for example, if a badger has come onto the motorway and they need to remove it, they'll lessen the speed limit to like 50, and then that'll be the speed limit, and they've got the way to track that. And it's ridiculously stupid.
Just in the big cities, or is it everywhere in the?
Everywhere, all the motorway,
everywhere.
every motorway
Everywhere.
in the UK
Everywhere.
is highly
Smart way.
cameraed. Every A road, which is like
Slip roads.
oh, no, B road, yeah. Wait, where?
I think Americans call them slip roads. I think.
Oh, Slip Road. Sorry, I thought you said another. I thought you said the name of a town that's really near me, and I was like, wait, what? Sorry, that made me jump for a second. Yeah. So like we have the motorways, highways, then we have like dual traffic roads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like the only ones that don't have loads of cameras are like the smaller roads. If there's a road that's a highly popular road, there's cameras there, and it's because England's so small, they actually have a chance with catching criminals, people that are wanted, with the cameras. Like if you're not, it's not like it's not like they can just, they'll look for anyone that they've got a picture of the person they're looking for, and the camera looks for that face in all the cars that go by. And if they see it, the picture comes up and it says that they're in this car, go get them. And then the traffic police go get them. It sounds way more intrusive than it really is, in all honesty. Like, as long as you're not wanted by the police, it doesn't fucking bother. It doesn't mean anything. And they're not all speed cameras anyway. They're not all equipped to catch you speeding or breaking the law. They're literally there to look for people on the main roads going to the ports. Because you can go from one end of the country to the other in a day. You could be wanted, and within 5 hours max, you could be at an airport or a boat or a ferry to get out the country. So it is highly effective in catching these criminals before they try to leave the country.
Yeah, because the thing is that we forget how small Britain is, because we in Britain think that Britain is a big place, but I think we could fit the whole landmass of Britain into some American states like 2 times, 3 times easily. Like, I've been to California, and like, you know, I thought, like, if I just go to a specific place, I could get to the whole of California. No, I think it takes you like maybe 2 days to get from one side of California to the other.
Yeah, Mutant. I'm trying to get a hold of one of those. We do have one of those around here. That's I think it's like a 5 mile long track. And
for California, it takes 18 hours to go from Crescent City down to San Diego.
Like, honestly, you can go from the top of England from the very peak top of Scotland, all the way down and round to land, like up here, down and round to Land's End over here, which is in Cornwall, in a day. And that's going from the top down to the bottom of England and then across to the side in a day.
Yeah.
Like, it's so small. And we think of it as really, like, it is really big to us. But in reality, it is fucking tiny. When people realise, like, how quickly we could get from one place to the other, they are shocked. Like, I had a thing yesterday where a mum fucking abandoned her kid on me. And I got so pissed off about it because the mum disappeared for an hour and a half. I had to go find her. And I just kept thinking to myself, like, an hour and a half, like, and that's only because I found her. I could have gone from where I live to the ferry and be on the ferry and gone to France. I could have gone from there to Cornwall.
I
could have gone from there all the way up to...
We've got a petty Miss Parker in the stream.
Hi, Miss Parker.
Can I just do my G-Man impression? Miss Parker? Sorry.
Miss Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, I could have fucked
before I
off
go.
to London, Birmingham, Manchester, any of the major cities, and she would never see her kid again in that time.
Mhm.
Like, that's how quickly it's that easy. So like, it's those cameras are so important because it's so small. People can disappear to different areas very easily. So like, people get very weird, especially when you talk about Americans to it, because like the whole freedoms and oh my god, they're spying on us, the government are spying on us. It's like no, it is there for protection. And when you think about it, it does make sense with how easy
Well,
it is to disappear.
in a way, we kind of have the same thing. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not by the government per se, like street cameras and stuff, but it's through applications and through different means. Like we have the Megan alert for missing children. So we put out stuff like that in case things do happen, so that way there's eyes everywhere. So
Yeah,
it's
we have that with
because
Missing Children app, but you have to
Yeah.
sign up for it yourself. It's not something that just gets automatically sent out. So I've opted in for that to help out, to be on the lookout for any
Mhm.
children or teenagers that go missing, because like
Yep.
for all the cameras we have here, we don't have anything in place for like towns or rural areas. They're kind of blind spots for this, and they do rely on us helping and doing something. So like, I think the Megan thing is a great idea, especially if it actually just automatically dings to everyone. I wish we did that. I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, like I believe that comes
Oh,
up
Vila,
on
you got a fan.
Aw,
it's
thank you.
it's actually a program, especially in California anyways.
Hmm.
You can sign up for emergency alerts on your phone. So whether it's bad weather or natural disasters, that sort of thing, even
Oh.
the Megan alerts,
We got Mary
they will
Sunshine in the
actually
chat too.
they would actually go to the phone. It's just something that was brought on through the cell phone carriers, but I think it was actually brought on through the government. So the government, because the United States is so large, grand old fucking United States. Trying to make funny here. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're
But-
fine. Don't worry.
But I think there's been mismanagement in our government. I'm not gonna go there, but
I mean, all governments do that shit.
Oh, yeah.
So don't worry. Like, no government is exempt from fucking about.
yeah. But in other ways, it's been interesting how they've implicated certain areas of
sure.
Go ahead, Miss Parker, if you need to ask a question. I dropped the link in there too if you want to hop in.
Join us,
But
Miss
can I just say that I love Villa's like whole decor as well.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
I like the
'cause
bats.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Because like I'm a big fan of Halloween. Like
It's beautiful. I'm
I'm
sorry.
I'm actually going to a Halloween party and I've got my costume all sorted and everything. So
Really? Ooh.
Mm,
What you gonna be? What you gonna be?
that's more of a question for Gary.
okay, I'll answer that in a minute. But like I'm going to be the Riddler from Batman. I've got the cane, I've got the hat, I've got the coat, I've got everything.
Oh,
are we talking
cool.
comic book Riddler or are we talking like Jim Carrey Riddler?
No, we're talking comic book.
Okay.
I'm not dressing up in any. No one wants to see me dressed up in a skin tight leotard. Okay, so where did people come from that Abel was afraid of? Well, there are people who say that there were other people around at that time, that it was specifically the basin for the Jewish people. See, I'm not G-Man. I don't look at Leah Woodley literal.
Ooh,
I
I heard
almost
that
think that
one,
was,
Miss Parker, about
was about to say,
snake feet.
I almost think that was kind of like a trick question, though, because I'm pretty sure it was the people that Cain was afraid of. Because
Indeed.
Abel was dead at that
Exactly.
point. Fugue State, yes. Security Monitor Lizard did attempt
did.
the one chip challenge with me, but he didn't last 5 minutes.
No, bless him. It really did fuck him up.
Yeah,
Like,
we
very
ended up
quickly,
ending that
poor
stream fairly early.
Okay, Miss Parker.
I heard about the snake feet because I've seen on Snake, someone showed me, more towards the front of them, they've got like this little thing with 2 pokey bits, like the bigger snakes. And that was apparently where God took their feet away, and they like had little lizard feet there. And they could like scuttle along, and God cursed him to crawl on his belly, which meant the feet were taken away, and he had to slither.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's an evolutionary thing, and it's just talking about like the fact that because again, the whole thing with serpent is that people think it's Lucifer. It isn't. It was just something that convinced Eve to kind of to do stuff that God told her not to do.
It wasn't Lucifer. Eve had unmedicated schizoaffective disorder, and she was hallucinating.
I did the Carolina Reaper peanut challenge last week, Ape. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Carolina Reaper. You talking about the Death Nut challenge, or just Carolina Reaper peanuts? Because yeah, the back of my package looks is saying a lot more than just Carolina Reapers. Hey Nick, enjoy your lunch.
And Peebo, that's just poor any woman in your life. How dare you not eat them?
I refuse to eat food that fights back.
Lucifer isn't even a character in the Bible.
You
No, it's
shouldn't
not.
be eating out dead people. No.
It's
No.
Lucifer is the planet Venus. So no, no, it's not.
Yeah, I've got that right there prepped for
And
either
also,
next week or the week following.
I do know our entire conception of hell, as we know it today, fire and brimstone and everything.
Oh, that
It's
was
never
ripped straight
mentioned
out of
in the
Dante's
Bible.
Inferno.
Yeah, it was straight out of Inferno by Dante. Like that's all him. The hell is never mentioned in the Bible.
Okay.
Let alone fire and brimstone and all this shit. Like,
let me go ahead and take over on this one. Why was there a talking serpent? Make it make sense. Okay. Unlike G-Man, it's not literal. It was poetry or allegory at the very least.
I still like my version. She was hallucinating after eating those trippy mushrooms, or she
there
had
we
like schizoaffective disorder.
Hey Crimson, how we doing?
What's
Hey,
up?
Crimson.
Oh yay! Hi.
I'm gonna need y'all to I don't know, celebrate, commiserate with me. So as I've been saying on the internets recently, I hadn't got any of the vaccines. Not because I'm an anti-vaxxer, but because I'm super terrified of needles. And I'm not too much of a man to say that I literally had to have my mother go with me to have the vaccination, or at least the first one. So yeah, I'm trying to deal with that right now.
Well, congrats.
Oh my god!
At least
Well
you got
done.
No,
Honestly, I'm so proud of you because fear of needles is actually fucking scary. Despite all the piercings, I'm scared of needles. I don't like them. And I had to take my 6-year-old with me to distract me from the needle to get my jabs. And I'm not even afraid to say that. She was fine. And I'm like, yeah, see, everything's great. Yay.
Yeah, see, and it's not even that I'm scared of the pain. Like, it's just that I've had bad experiences with needles.
Oh, okay. So, Mutant, you did the 2.0 Death Nut Challenge. Okay. Yeah, mine's the 3.0. Mine, I'm trying to convince my roommate to do it with me on his day off.
Okay. I remember you and Zen both doing the sucker challenge.
Yes, Zen Chaos.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And no. I don't like spicy shit. Look, when it comes to flavoring, savory, a little bit of sour. Well, shit, a lot of sour. That probably tells about what I like to eat. Anyway, and salty. But spicy,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, actually, I've got another
Oh,
one of
and
those suckers
just
right here.
quickly, Lucian Corvus, God plays like God, just like all parents. No, I don't have a favourite. I love you two both equally, sons. I know I give one of them everything I own, and I shower them with all the gifts, but I love you equally.
Oh God! Look, Carnivorous Ape. It's fun that you're actually going through the Bible as you are, because most Christians
Me,
don't read
I
that.
am.
Yeah.
It's Parker. It's
Most
me.
Christians don't
It's
read
me.
that, and they forget the actual sin in Sodom and Gomorrah. It wasn't the gay sex; it was the being inhospitable to journeyers.
Yes, it was essentially the general wickedness.
Wait,
And-
what? Wait, God trashed an entire ass fucking city
Because they were
people
rude.
that lived there
Yeah.
didn't want to give someone a glass of water.
No. It
They
was
didn't
worse
say,
than that.
"Yeah, you can come stay at my house, random ass traveller. I don't know who you are, what you're
No.
about. I don't know if you're gonna
No.
fucking kill us all in our sleep, but come stay with me in the night."
No, it was worse than that. They were treating people like trash.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold
so
on,
they were
guys.
racist.
No, I won't call them racist.
No.
No, it was just more like, hey, bunch of people bunch of people over there that come because again, like because people would travel in and out back then because
Oh.
people would come and trade and stuff like that.
Wait, Gary,
So-
Gary. So they're literally like when you go into an old country pub. This is a local pub for local people. What are you
Yes,
doing
exact-
here? What are you
that-
doing here? You ain't a local.
Oh,
Hmm?
that's when people mostly tell brown skinned people that. What are you doing here, boy?
Here,
Yeah, so
that doesn't happen so much. It's normally when you go into a rural pub and all the old men there and you walk in and all the heads turn and they're like, "You're not from around here."
Yeah.
No, we're just driving through. Oh, this is a local pub. It's a local pub. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want my money or not?
There are still sundown towns.
I only learned about those like in the last year or so, and I did not think they were still a thing. 'Cause when I learned about them, it was historically as well.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
look. There are parts
wow.
even around Chicago where you can't go. Like up until about 20 years ago, sundown. You can. I live on the south side, and right by when it was Comiskey Park, you couldn't go west of the viaduct because what are you doing here? And no, there's still sundown towns, and of course, like there are even suburbs around Chicago. Is like we don't normally see you around here.
There's also still places like that on the West Coast,
Yeah.
unfortunately. There's places in a town in Oregon where you do not cross the train tracks.
Yeah.
It's like that,
That's
especially in the
crazy.
smaller towns.
Could a population survive with only 6 mating pairs? I don't think it's ever been done before, but I'm guessing no.
Scientifically, you need at least 30.
Well, no, because cheetahs did get down to 17 at one point in time, but I think it was down to like 6 males, and then the rest were female, and they did survive, but they suffered for it.
They're all cousins.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like they have found just certain genetic bottlenecks within in humans lineage.
Mhm.
It was 30 reproducing females at one time, and it was around a super. God damn it! I want to say in a recent. You guys know where Krakatoa is, right?
Yeah.
The
It
volcano.
erupted. Yeah, it erupted before, and it got us down to 30 reproducing females in the whole of the world because we were still kind of around that area. He's like, yeah, no, we got down to 30 reproducing females.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, genetic bottleneck.
Yeah.
What do you know, right?
Yes, the thing is with people who take, the term land to mean earth is because I'll display the land to people that they knew there. It was obviously a local flood. If you look at everything, it's just that some people, G-Man, don't see it that way because I think somebody pointed this out to him and he was like going, "Oh no, it has to be this." And so I was like, "Oh really?" Yeah.
Yeah, I think just about anyone with a modicum of understanding of evolution has tried to point out the whole genetic bottleneck problem with the flood. But
I mean, recently he's got into this whole morals from atheism thing again. I don't know what's happened. What he's got about his head to talk about that for?
Yeah, he has issues with secular morality just because he doesn't understand it as a concept. The whole thing about secular morality is just it's morality regardless of your religion. It doesn't take religion into effect.
I mean, I literally just treat people how I want to be treated or how they treat me. I will treat people how I want to be treated, and then if they treat me disrespectfully, I will treat them the same way they've treated me. Or if I'm wanting to be petty, I'll do the super nice and be like, "Oh, sweetheart. Oh, thank you
See you
so
later there, Nick
much."
James.
Like nothing to do with morals. I don't want someone to punch me in the face, so I'm not going to punch you in the face. I don't want someone to push me out the way to get something. I'm not going to push someone else out the way to do it. I don't want to be cheated on. I'm not going to cheat. I don't want to be killed. I won't kill someone. That nothing to do with any religion. It's just I treat people how I want to be treated. That's nothing to do with religion. I'm not getting any of these yes, no's, don't do this, don't do that from any book. I'm doing it from my own feelings and what I'm okay with happening to me, and I do that to other people.
I was about to say, Lucian, so far we're up to Genesis 20. Yeah, 20. So we've already hit quite a few inconsistencies.
One of the things that was mentioned that just really fucks me over is the circumcision thing.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
But again, it makes sense given the climate, because again, the thing is that it was a very arid, sunny climate. The thing
it makes sense. You don't want to get fucking sand down your foreskin. That's going to hurt.
There's a lot of diseases and stuff like that comes with sand. Like for example, I get a lot of skin diseases that again I can't pronounce because I don't want to start getting into them that come with low genital hygiene that unfortunately comes from arid climates that we've got ourselves and stuff like that now. We didn't have that back then.
I get it back then, but I mean, now it's still practiced heavily now in America.
Yeah. But I think it's more of a social thing than it is a religious thing now. From what I understand, again, I'm not American, so I don't want to start talking for America, but from what I understand, it's more of an aesthetic, cultural thing than it is a religious thing.
I mean, I know it started being widely practiced in the 1800s, sorry, when Kellogg's cereal dude, Kellogg's, started a health thing where men would be sent to him for chronic masturbation, adult men, and he would circumcise them to stop sensitivity in the penis and to break the habit, and they would stop chronically masturbating. And women were sent there to him as well, and they would have carbolic acid put on their clitoris, and that was practiced to both of them, along with a bowl of his Kellogg's cereal a day.
But Phil, have you ever seen
people were preemptively circumcising their children because they didn't want them to be promiscuous?
Have you ever seen the film Road to Worldville where Anthony Hopkins plays Kellogg?
No.
Yeah, that's about that. Like when the people were sent to those camps for their sexual urges and stuff like that, and like and stuff like that. So
Yeah, but that's the thing. It started from the not being promiscuous, and then it's now gone on and on and on and on and on, and it is used as a religious thing, and somewhat there's also medical misinformation about it. But the Bible was the main reason it all started. Like,
but again, as far as I'm aware, it's more of a
Yeah.
cultural thing in America now. Like it's more of a cultural. A lot of guys just get it because it's the aesthetically pleasing thing for them to do. To get a.
I know
they
they
could do
are told it's got medical benefits. The hospitals tell them that it lowers the risk of uterine cancer in women, cervical cancer in women. They say that it's healthier for men because smegma. It lowers other cancer risks. It lowers STI risks. All based on a very flawed study decades ago that didn't take into account anything really, like anything to do with races, economics, whether they're like anything. It didn't take into account any other varying factors, like if they're straight or homosexual, how many sexual partners they had, nothing. So it was really flawed science, but yeah, it's perpetuated with that, and now people are very much pushing back against it. But this is so I've done a lot of research because I'm a part of an activist group against circumcision in America.
Well, again,
I get called in as the Brit that's like had sex with multiple men that haven't been circumcised. I'm like, yeah, no. In England, like, no, all the men aren't circumcised. Well, most men aren't circumcised in England, and we have to go around wearing like gas masks to deal with the smell. And part of our mating ritual is getting a hammer and chisel and chiseling off all the dick cheese first before we can get to it. Obviously.
Wow.
But some of the stuff I don't
That's a
have a
little
problem.
sarcasm.
I think it's a personal thing. If you want to get it, hey, you do you. If you don't want to
but
get
this
it,
is
you do you.
babies that it's being done to,
Hmm.
not adults.
I don't want to get into that because again, we could get into is it all right for parents to do? Because again, as long as you're not physically harming the kid, then again,
Babies die from it.
really.
If
I
they get infections, yeah.
thought it was done like under like medical issues or maybe
Babies die from it. Babies bleed to death from it. There are children that have permanent genital mutilation issues from it. They're they're not actually even sedated. They're just given sugar water and strapped to a board and have it cut without any anesthetic, nothing. Like
Well,
it's
now they actually
once
have
you
a
dive
little,
down that rabbit hole, it's messed up.
I mean, if you're doing it in a modern hospital now, they actually have this little thing that just kind of like sleeves over the top and clips it. So
Yeah, that's one of the practices that gets used. There are like 3 different apparatuses that they use,
mhm.
like different kinds. But yeah, it's still like children die from it every day in America from being circumcised because of like bleeding and hemorrhaging. I think that's a big reason I'm against it because like it's unnecessary and it kills. And also, like, parents get charged for that shit over there. Obviously, it's not free. They get brainwashed and told, this is really good for your child. This is really good for your child. This is really good for your child. Do it. And give us, like, the $200 to $500 as well, please. Like, and we're going to sell the foreskin to the makeup companies. Or we're going to use it in the burn wards or sell it to scientists for more money than you paid. But, yeah, please do it. Please.
Oh God, I just remembered an old Robin Williams joke
Oh, no.
talking about the wallet made from Hasidic foreskins. You rub it in
Why
half,
don't
it turns
you
into a
try to
briefcase.
know gentle legislation horrific would have hired the same about males? I think it's because the females it's very invasive, whereas males it isn't that invasive. It's invasive, but it's not as invasive.
It's extremely more invasive for men than
female.
women, depending on what kind. If you're talking about full vaginal, full labia. If you're having full labia castration, then yes, it cuts off the lips, the clit, everything. if you're just talking about clitoral castration, it's literally just a little blade put to the clitoris, boop, and done. Whereas men are having like multiple bits, like a large surface area of skin ripped off, and they have like blades that kind of like go like to defuse the skin from the penis, and then it's cut off, so it's extremely invasive. Like, so it is a bit depending on what kind. Like, if we're talking about the lower end of the spectrum, the male circumcision is way more invasive than the female. If we're talking about full castration for women, then yes, it is. For women, it is really invasive, and it's actually seriously dangerous because it can affect women into adulthood and make pregnancy very dangerous. It can make women die during pregnancy.
And if we're talking about a Jewish circumcision, then just fuck right off because. Ugh.
Again, I'm not against that because again, like like.
The idea of a 50-year-old man putting an infant's penis in his mouth to suck the foreskin off is just
And it's did you hear about the Jewish rabbi? Sorry, that's the rabbi that was going around doing the bris, and he was going around giving AIDS out or something like that, sucking.
I heard about the one that was infecting children with herpes.
Maybe it was herpes. I'm not. I know it was like
he was a mohel.
He was STI.
Yeah, he was a mohel. He was the professional circumciser, and they went to charge him, but because it was part of their religious practices, he got off. And there's still like 70-something babies that he gave herpes to.
That's rough.
Yeah.
It was this was in New York, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was up in the Northeast somewhere.
Literally, what he was doing in New York led to change in like the laws in New York to do with it. Like, if they were going to do it, they had to pass STI checks or something to prove they were safe to do it, or some random thing like that. Like, it was so bad that there was a change in the fucking law. That's how serious it was. Like, fuck.
All right. Anyways, let's switch subjects a little bit. I castration.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
That's a sensitive topic. Did we have really anything else we wanted to cover on the Bible, or are we kind of done with that section? I mean, was there any other questions? I was trying to pay attention.
Miss Parker had a couple, but I think that she said that she's a little bit.
I think Miss Parker's just like joking around as well.
End of the world. Oh yeah, she's talking about the end of the world. Doomsday prophecies. Which one's like the one from Revelation?
Or
is she talking about the one where Jesus said
where and when will the end of the world happen?
Well, at the moment, the main things that are happening not that long away. But that's because of climate change.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think we're actually closing in on the scientific end of the world here shortly. What is it? By 2050, we're looking at pretty much not being able to manage to get the climate back into a manageable spot.
Yep. And the thing is that what annoys me is that the companies could easily do this. Yeah, it costs them money, but do you know what? Cost them money is more important to them than apparently people keeping on living. It's like, you need to keeping on living would actually increase your profits, but how dare I point out things that are facts? Oh, dear me. Is Christianity a death cult? No, it's not.
I mean, there are quite a few death cults inside Christianity, but I don't think it is of itself.
I would say
just
that
one being with beings inside of it. It's an anthill.
Is Christianity a death cult? No. Again, the thing is that it's about responsibility, accountability, and stuff like that. Again, Jesus' life is more interesting than his death.
Oh, we got a Black Guy TV in chat. How we doing?
But yeah,
Hi,
Yes, I do
Black
agree.
Guy TV. You're right,
Oh,
darling.
that one. There we
is it
go.
a Doomsday?
Yes.
Is it a Doomsday Cult? No,
I have to
because
say hi to Black Guy TV every time he's about. He got upset. I don't say hi.
again, there are some of the more fundamentalist among my
Well,
ilk
hello, Black Guy TV. No,
who
don't want to make
who
a person upset now.
who've been prophesizing the
Oh
end
my
of the
God.
world. The end of the world for the last 200, 300 years. It was said the world's going to end now. It's going to be ending now. Like it's going to end in 2010. Then it's going to end in 2014. Then it's going to end in 2018. It's like and all these years it hasn't happened. I wonder why that is. It's just like I was like, it's
Okay, so the Earth died, and it's slowly rotting. We're on a rotten ball. That's why everything's happening the way it is.
yeah.
It died in 2012, and it's just slowly rotting.
Miss Parker, how much have you smoked today? Because that just doesn't make sense at all.
But does God need to forgive us? Because we mess up. That's why. I mean, the thing is that we're so entitled as a species. We're entitled to what we want. Everything has to be about us. It's not about the planet. Because the thing is, if we were responsible as a planet, this whole climate change crap wouldn't be going on. But hey, what do I know?
No, I was just commenting
mean,
on, why does God need to forgiveness us?
Yeah. But why does he need to? What?
So God's guilty?
Like, I don't know. Like, it's like if someone does a bad thing, why do you have to apologize? Like, why do you have to accept their apology? Why does he have to forgive us? Why, if you say sorry, why does he have to accept your apology? If you repent for your sins, why does he have to accept it? Why does he have to forgive you?
I think the better option in this is you have to accept yourself and your own apology within yourself, because the person you're trying to apologize to isn't going to accept it or not. Like, what if they don't accept it? That guilt is still upon yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, all right. So let her clarify. I mean, he made us and he doesn't make mistakes. So why does he have to forgive us?
Because again, it gives people the will to do bad things. The thing is that like if you mess up with your neighbours, that's on you for doing. And the thing is that if you want to apologise to God for doing those bad things, that's on you to help him to forgive you, and also to apologise to the person you helped. Because that's what grace is about. Is that person giving the to forgive you? Because again, God can only pay you for what you've done. And the thing is, if someone's forgiving you, that's not held against you.
I can't argue with that.
If I made a good image and they got fucked up, that not me. Well, no, you did it. I mean, the thing is if you stole your neighbour's lawnmower, that's on you for stealing on the lawnmower. God didn't do that. You did.
But God made you capable of doing it. And if God doesn't make mistakes and he made you in his image, that means God also makes mistakes and he can do bad things. But God
Well, who's
doesn't
to
do
say
bad
there-
things. And then how can we do bad things if God does it? And that means God is holding us to a higher standard than he's physically able to do himself. Because God made us like him. Mistakes and all, able to make mistakes and all.
Yeah, but we
So,
have
like,
the
how
ability
does
to
it
apologise
work?
for it.
It doesn't.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've got accountability in order to correct them. I mean, the thing is that if I do something wrong, I try and do my best to correct it. I recently had problems with my drinking.
Yeah, but that's the
and
thing. If God made us able to do it, then it's not wrong. Because God
it-
made us able to do
But
it.
who's to say there's a God? You should be correcting
Well,
your fucking
obviously.
issues to begin with.
Okay, whoa.
Like I'm going from the point of like really believing the Bible and saying there's a
sorry.
God. Obviously, like to me, it doesn't make sense because it's like God made me in His image, but no one else has the fucking genetic condition I've got. No one's got the DNA defect. So what the fuck? Am I not in God's image automatically?
No, I think you
How
are.
does
But
that
again,
work?
that's my opinion. But again, I don't. But again,
No,
the
I'm
thing
not
is,
getting annoyed at the Bible, not you. I just want to say, like,
Yeah.
it doesn't make
but, all right.
sense.
Do you want me to tell you the thing is, Villa? Again, I don't think that the things you have wrong with you are bad things, because again, they're just things that unfortunately sometimes you get a bad hand in life. And the thing is, that is just part of life. You know, you get things handed to you in how you deal with it. The thing is that I don't think it's a bad thing. Again, I have disabilities that I have, and again, and I think that they're put there to see how I dealt with them. So your life doesn't come out into you in easy ways,
So
unfortunately.
God made us disabled just to fuck with us and see what we do as disabled people.
Well, again, disability is
You
just part of life.
realize you are looking at a Christian God. You are looking at a man-made God.
Well, I disagree with that. But again, we disagree with
I'm
that.
sorry.
I mean, okay, so we haven't gotten to that part of the Bible yet, but I'd like to bring up Job as an example. God generally doesn't have an issue fucking over people's lives with disease or sickness.
But again, you have the opinion that God doesn't exist. Fine, I'm all right with that. Again, I disagree. That's life. We can have disagreements.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I like having you on here.
You see, because I'm not going to start shouting you down and say you're wrong because hey, I'm not G-Man or anyone like that. Yeah, and I try to be respectful.
I
Again,
love this. Thank you for having me on here.
No, it's cool. Look, if I was offended, trust me, I wouldn't be on here. Again, I don't think I was going to ask Ape if I could join his Discord because the thing is, I consider myself a very reasonable person.
I will have to get with Dries on that because I've kind of been hanging out in his Discord.
Cool. Yeah,
but I mean, I can definitely vouch for you if you want to send him if you want to send him an email.
The God of the Bible, but I guess I disagree with that. I think the God of the Bible is a nice person because again, but a nice entity if you want to play that way. Because the thing is that he created all things in order for us to do good and bad, and I genuinely believe personally that people's persuasion is to do good.
You know what? You know what? In the spite of G-Man, fucking suck it, bitch.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. We can definitely all agree that G-Man is just one of the worst representations of Christianity that works.
Yeah, security monitor's alive.
Awesome.
Oh, security monitor Lizard.
Yeah.
Hi, Lizard. How you doing?
Yeah, he did the one chip challenge with me earlier, and he was suffering hard.
It hurt him, poor sweetheart. It did not go well.
Aww.
And I say this now, I said this then, I say this now. Seriously, props to him because he did it to raise money for someone. They got to the target, and even though he knew it wasn't going to probably end very well, he still fucking did it. He kept his word.
Fuck yeah! Congrats, dude.
Yeah, if it raised charitable works for somebody, that's high. Hats off to the guy.
TIE Fighter Jet. Black Guy TV let me in, so the bar isn't that high. Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta just send him an email and he'll send you an invite.
Cool.
No, honestly, with the whole ethos of God doesn't give you more than you can handle stuff, and God gave us these disabilities to overcome and shit. No, I'm sorry, I don't. When I find it so insulting when people say that, and normally, no offense to you, I don't know this about you. I'm talking mostly about the other people who have said it to me. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
They're normally the people that are disabled, and they're not really hurt, or there's not anything really wrong with them. Or oftentimes, the most people that say it are ones that aren't sick either.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with you, so I'm not including you in that. I do want to say that.
I'll tell you what. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of gatekeeper within the quote unquote disabled. Again, I am literally because I have moderate dyspraxia, which is a learning difficulty. Which, trust me, I had a lot of problems with. Again, it is much more manageable there's people who have it worse, who have a lot of problems with like or on the autism scale or on the stuff like that. So again, I am very lucky. Touch whatever wood I can.
So what? Dyspraxia, coordination problems.
Well, it's not just coordination problems. It's a lot of like motor control problems. So like
I have dyspraxia too.
So trust me, I've had more than one journey to the floor.
Yeah. I've got 2 brain tumors. I've got scoliosis. I've got multiple tumors in my body. I've got brain damage. I'm at a 15% chance higher of getting any type of cancer. I can't have another pregnancy or I will develop more tumors. Last pregnancy, I developed one new brain tumor. And I have chronic pain. I've got intercostal nerve neuralgia and I'm on extremely high dose of painkillers. That's disabled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a hard question.
And there's not necessarily gatekeeping. It's when people who have like just minor issues saying they're disabled. No. Sorry, dyspraxia is not debilitating.
It's not minor, trust me. Okay, let's put it this way.
Have you been hospitalised for it?
No, but I had to go to hospital for it. I had to go because I had to do like a lot of like extra work and stuff like that. So again, but the thing is that I know that I'm lucky because again I went to. Again,
no, you're lucky you're not disabled.
No, I went to a summer school. I don't want to use the word special because I hate that word. But I went to a summer school with other people with disabilities, and trust me, I know how lucky I am. Because trust me, there are people in wheelchairs, people with really bad, caustic brain tumors that were caused by different things, different sort of like physical maladies and stuff like that. And as I said, when I went to college. It was even worse because I was in a class with a lot of people who were like that, and so trust me, I know how lucky it is. But I was able to verbally stand up for myself. They weren't because again they were so held back by what they had, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that they felt that they wouldn't be heard, and so trust me, I understand. I more than understand. Trust me. Like as I said, when as I said, when I went to college, I mean, I'll tell you stories behind the scenes of what happened with this lady who, because one thing that pisses me off in Bulgaria is when I see people treating people with disabilities like babies. It pisses me the hell off. I'll be brilliantly honest with you. So, and I saw that happen, and I told this lady to her face, she should stop it. And I got told, "Oh, you can't tell me that." I said, "Yeah, I can tell you that. I can tell you to stop it and pack it in." She said, "Well, I'm just trying to help." Well, would you like me to speak to that? No. So there you go. Anyway, so sorry. Actually, hear this. Why would God require the death of his son to save humanity? What kind of first to your only child? The whole point is about his life, not his death. The whole point was an example to humanity of how to behave. Because the thing, even in 2021, we don't know how to behave to each other. We'll invade countries just because they've got more oil than us, and they've got, their politics are different, or they've got a different religion to us. We don't, because again, we don't have the position to care for one each other. I care for those who are less fortunate. It's all about what we have and what we want. It's bullshit. Sorry, it's one thing that
2,000 years of Christianity, and it's still not had an effect on bettering the world.
People's co-opted Christianity. I'd say that people were still influenced by greed.
I mean, Christians make up close to a third of the population. We should have a lot more impact if it was meant to be a religion of peace, as they claim.
No, I don't claim that because again, religion, what you make of it. Again, because again, I don't claim to be the best representative of Christianity. I'm far from it.
Unfortunately, you're going to have both sides. You're going to have those who are going to be extremists, and then you're going to have those who are going to be peacemakers.
Yeah.
And if God was so great, he would have actually made the Bible so it couldn't have been utilized like that. I still don't understand how people see the Bible and don't think about any of it, like maybe that wasn't God talking to him, maybe it was the devil. Doesn't fit in with the rest of the Bible.
It was aliens.
Doesn't sound quite right.
Well, okay, so there's a
Or maybe it was just the dickhead that claimed to be like possessed by the spirit of God, like that's right. Write it. Like, and then all of a sudden, like the spirit leaves him. It's like, wait, what's this?
Yeah.
The Book of God.
No, so there is a small faction of the Jewish community, the Jews for Jesus.
Yeah, I know about them.
Oh
There-
no.
Yeah, there's apparently a smaller side faction on that, where they literally blame Jesus as essentially, instead of being a self-professed savior, that he's actually essentially like freaking the spawn of Satan. And it's an interesting read, but it's it's definitely
Potentially as valid as him being the son of God.
yeah. So, but that is one thing that we do have to recognize, that the Old Testament is literally just Judaism in a nutshell, and then it goes into the New Testament of Christianity.
No, it's used
So-
for Jesus study. It's used for Jesus. They're a group that I don't know. I've heard of, but I don't know anything about.
Also taking into account, who made Constantinople?
Constantine.
Constantine. No, was it? No, it was not Constantine. Was it Constantine?
Well, it was. Well, he was. They did it after him, but yeah, he was the one.
Yeah.
But he was done as other things before that,
Okay.
because it was Byzantine before Constantinople. Byzantium,
Okay.
sorry.
Either way, Catholic Orthodox, that sort of realm I'm going. The New Testament, that was cherry picked. Not all the stories got in there. There are something called the Gnostic Bible.
Oh God.
Not just that, there's also, apparently, depending where you are, the Bibles in the New Testament change. It goes from 29 books in there to 44, depending on what Bible and what country you're in.
Yeah.
You're talking essentially about the addition and subtraction of bits of the Apocrypha.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know. I just, I remember that one part. I don't remember the rest. Like I say, brain damage, spotty memory. I remember little bits, not everything. So thank you. That's good. So the Apocrypha.
Apocrypha.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was about to say apostrophe. It's not about an apostrophe.
All right, Revelation. Revelation is Apocrypha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. That sounds
Just
logical.
don't tell that to G-Man, because he doesn't.
Yeah, because what Apocrypha is like a dream-like retelling of
Mary,
actual-
it would be
of
Greek
actually-
Orthodox. Not
very
Roman
historical
Orthodox.
events. So I
In
think it was the battle between the barbarians and the Roman consort, from what I understand. But don't quote me.
Yeah, because Constantine was the one that wasn't the Council of Nicaea. I always confuse the two. When they canonized the actual Bible.
No, they didn't
no.
canonize any Bible in the Council of Nicaea.
No, that's what I was saying. It's the other one. I always get the two
The
confused.
Council of Trent.
Count Trenton. Thank you. When they canonized the entire Bible, or when they canonized the approved version of the Bible, that was basically the not Greek Orthodox, Roman Catholic.
The Roman Catholic version was the one that they canonized.
Yes, and that's what I'm
But
saying.
the Greek Orthodox has some different versions of it.
Yes, the differences in that Bible are the
Well, the
ones
Vulgate
that
wasn't
they
the first.
consider the Apocrypha.
But the Vulgate wasn't the first Bible, though.
No, I mean, the first Bible was centuries before that.
It was.
But there wasn't no first Bible. That's the
There-
thing.
There was. There was the one that was because again there was people who were doing it. There were people who tried to put the books together.
There were
Did-
scrolls. Yes, there were scrolls that were being put together, but there was no actual Bible. That's
what-
the thing. The
Well-
concept of the Bible didn't come together until Constantine brought the pieces together, and that's when they were separating out what
No,
things were
the
going to-
Bible was not even an issue at the Council of Nicaea. It was about deciding which ideology of Christianity was correct, because there were several.
That's what they were taking
offshoots.
shit out.
No, there wasn't. That's Dan Brown level of
Okay,
bullshit.
hold on. Let's.
Right, like
You
Dan
can't
Brown.
tell me they did not they did
They
not
didn't.
change shit in that Bible.
They did not. Well, they didn't at Council of Nicaea. I can tell you right now, and people like Bart Ehrman will tell you as well. Look, Dan Brown's
So
makes
the Bible
interesting
was never
books.
changed.
Not at the Council of Nicaea, no.
Okay, so maybe not at the Council of Nicaea, but when it was first being brought together, it was not changed.
No, it was, because again, but it depends. But again, it depends which version you mean. Do you mean the Byzantine version, or do you mean the Alexandrian version?
Also, just quickly, what's Dan Brown's books got to do with this?
Because
Why
he's
did you just say that?
because Dan Brown's popularized this version that the Bible was put together at
But
the
you
Council of
don't know
Nicaea.
if she's read those books.
Pardon?
You don't know if she's read those books. So you were doing a low key insult.
No, he's popularized the idea.
I
It's unique to. It's not unique to Dan Brown, by the way. I'm just using Dan Brown because he's popularized it. It'd be like me saying, I'm trying to think of something. It'd be like me saying, Room 43 popularized the idea that Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landings. Now again, they didn't initiate the rumor or make it or did it, but they made it more well known and popularized. If that makes sense.
Right, but that has no bearing in this conversation. You were just being rude. You were saying that
No,
she's
no,
got
no,
this information from a fiction writer.
No. I'm saying that it comes from, and again, she might have got it
Well, I
from a
can't
totally
see any
different
reason
source.
why you would have brought this up in this conversation because it had no bearing in it.
Okay, Dan Brown popularized it. That's
No,
why I'm saying
okay.
it.
He's comparing. He wasn't comparing her knowledge to the fiction writer. He was explaining where the general idea of that came from.
Yeah, so where it's popularized again, it didn't initiate with him. It was around for centuries before Dan Brown even was born. I think. I'm saying that he popularized it. I mean, again, just because
Thank
someone.
you.
Sorry, I just is the best word put together.
Ms. Parker, early Christian worship was nothing like we know today. It was
Yes,
a
it was.
collection of cults and end of the world preachers.
Yes, it was like it is today.
Well, no, you
It
have
was
no
not
idea.
like it
You
was
weren't
today.
there.
Well,
You use
okay.
that excuse
Hold on.
when
Hold
you're
on, hold on.
defending your point of view, saying
Hold
I
on.
wasn't there, I don't know what they were like, I don't know what their relationship
Villa.
was like. But when now you're not saying that it was exactly this, I know.
No, I'm
No.
saying it was one of, because again, there were different approaches. Like there was Marcionism, which again took a total esoteric approach. There was trying to think of the other one. Marcionism? Yeah, Marcionism. There was Kabbalism, I think. God, I thought of Jewish names that I cannot pronounce. Sorry, I do apologize.
Here we go. Todd, how are we doing?
Hey, Todd, how you
Hi,
doing, my friend?
Todd.
You can give us a hand here.
Oh, hail the mighty knower of things and stuff and things.
Todd is definitely. Todd will definitely be good at coming into this.
Oh, God,
'cause-
yeah. Todd is
How-
smart
how-
as all hell.
Haven't they found evidence that the earliest Christians rolling ISIS cults into worship of Mary? No, that's nonsense as well. Look up. All right. Look up Gerard Massey. That's where that stuff comes from.
So you say
Sorry,
that it
there
all
we go.
comes from
There we go. Now I can
fiction,
hear you.
how history wrote it.
No, I'm saying that he popularized it. I'm not saying it came from it. It actually came
Okay,
from.
Vaughn. Okay, Vaughn. Not a
Lulu.
problem. Okay, Vaughn.
Lulu, be nice.
It came from what? A couple of hundred years, maybe like 300
I
years
mean,
before that.
there's definitely evidence that the Christians stole a lot of their stuff from pagan religions.
Yes,
No,
there is.
no, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
Sure,
No,
You
there
may
isn't.
not like that fact, but it definitely is true.
If you mean the worship, I'll absolutely concede to that. If you mean the actual beliefs, no.
Oh, you mean some of the
All of it.
some of the
No.
symbols, how the practices go, the rituals.
How about in
the,
England, where the Christians took over all the pagan sites of worship to force conversion? How about the fact that all Christian holidays can join with pagan days of worship when those religions were about before the Christian church was around to create the celebrations, to talk about them? How about the fact that the Christian things in those days of worship have the pagan things in it?
Yeah,
How
the
does
fact
that work then?
the fact is, until Constantine came around, none of this stuff was standardized. Every church in every city was doing their own thing and their own. There were
There was
dozens of
paganism
gospels.
because
Yeah.
they
being read.
they aligned. That was how they
Thank
got people
you.
to. That's how they got the pagans to join Christianity. They said, "We're going to take all this shit from your religion and put it here and rub our stuff all on it." So it lures them in, and then it's not so much of a culture shock, and then they'll slowly move away from the pagan thing.
Yeah.
No,
because we put the stuff from there.
no. What happened was
Yes.
that. No, I was.
Hold on, Vila. Let him talk.
Okay, right. So some of that is true, right? Like for example, with Easter, they didn't know when Passover was, so they guessed. I got it slightly wrong. So basically, what they did was they noticed that it was around the same time of year as I think it's Ishtar. I think, oh no, it's not Easter. It's Easter.
Ishtar is for Easter.
It
yes.
is not Easter. That's nonsense. It's Easter. Sorry, the goddess Easter. So it's around the same time.
Ishtar.
So, Easter.
Ishtar,
EOS.
Estora.
But
There's
Ishtar has
Ishtar,
not. Has,
Ishtar, and then there's E with a dot on it, Store. So there are two deities with the same Easter vibe
right,
for Easter.
right. But that's only in Anglo-Germanic countries. It has nothing to do with where the actual practice
No,
comes from.
It wasn't
all right.
just Anglo-Germanic.
It is because
Ishtar, no, Ishtar is a
Okay.
Arabic era.
Can you do me a favor? Is there a way that you could put this over and do a Google search for me, please?
Okay, give me a second.
Does this so that you can prove that again? It's nothing to do with Gary. This is to do with actual evidence.
Share screen. Let's go ahead and open up a Google search. As soon as I add to it, there we go. Okay, what are we looking at?
Right, do Google Translate for me, please.
There we go. Google Translate.
Yep. Right.
What we got?
So I want you to put English as the first language.
Okay.
And then the second language, put something like, I don't know, Italian.
So Latin. Is that
Yeah.
what you're after?
Yeah. Spanish. It's Spanish, French. Doesn't matter. I want you to put Easter in there. Right. I want you to do that in French.
French. Sorry, my mouse is a little much of a pain in the ass.
All right. Portuguese. Right. There's a reason why these are all set with PSO. It's because it was taken from the Hebrew Pesach or Passover. It has nothing to do with Easter. The reason in the Anglo-Germanic is Easter is because of the things what Phelan was just saying about the fact that the dates were very similar. But if you look in, for example, Romance countries, Easter is on a totally different date. And I think even in Eastern Orthodox, I think I'm right about that, it's on, they have Easter, which we celebrate, and they also have another one which is called, I want to say called Real Easter or Original Easter, I can't remember what. There's a name for it anyway, where they will practice it on that specific day.
Okay, I mean these are all we're translating from English over to Latin languages, though. I mean this was Latin,
also
French,
we're doing it to
Portuguese.
modern,
Yeah.
modern French, modern German, modern everything apart from Latin,
We
which
could do
is
Latin.
obviously not modern.
No, but again, we could do it to Latin as well if you want. I mean, you could.
Right, but
Yeah.
it's not going to be the same because they know when we're talking about Easter, we're talking about this time frame holiday. It doesn't mean it's the same. It's like Easter back in medieval days was spelt like 10 different ways because all language was spelt phonetically. The old language was a like Germanic language. England has a French Germanic language basis.
Okay,
Like,
so
Point doesn't
since I'm
prove
up here
anything
right
except
now,
someone Googled something for far too long to prove to try to prove a point. And also Ishtar, the Mesopotamian goddess,
okay,
not Germanic.
I mean, very quick Google search there. The naming of the celebration as Easter seems to go back to the name of a pre-Christian goddess in England, Esoter, or Oster, who was celebrated at the beginning of spring. The only reference to this goddess comes from the writings in the Venerable Book, a British monk who lived in the late 7th and early 8th century.
There are other ones that go from
I mean,
there are other ones from like other countries. So
yeah, and I've also
from
seen
outside of England, yeah.
I've also seen the holy symbol for Ishtar, which happens to have a rabbit on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like the Pope hat, right? For the bunny ears.
Yeah. But
Peter Rabbit.
I mean, there's definitely there is definitely precedence that that the Christian holidays are pulled out of the pagan ones.
As I
Same
said,
as Yule, Christmas. Same
Saturnalia,
as
yeah.
yeah. Also, well, Yule was also like a pagan one in England, the UK, where it was the equinox. It was a celebration of the end of winter. If you made it to the winter equinox, it meant that's it. The days are going to start to get longer now. You've made it through the midpoint of winter. If you have food left in your barrels, you're going to survive. You're not going to starve to death in the fucking cold. It was a big deal. Halloween.
Yeah.
The day after Halloween is All Saints' Day.
Yeah.
Halloween, they didn't want to do it on the same day because of the connotation of the dead, but actually it's the celebration of the last harvest and the start of the winter, the start of the dead days. So it was that. And you'll be celebrating like the end of harvest, winter's begun, this is it. That's where there's a connotation with the dead, because they believe that since the world is dying, winter, then you should be able to talk to your ancestors. And it was sort of about like reverence to your ancestors. Then there's May Day, Beltane. That's a pagan thing. Then like there's so many of the pagan holidays that are like the Christians ripped off. Places of worship, symbology. So much that was taken from pagan religions wherever the Romans conquered.
Okay, I don't think they hold on. I don't think they like just flat out ripped them off. What they did was they had to adopt them in order to convert the people that they were trying to.
They were
Yeah,
idealists.
so
They knew it would
by the
be
way-
conversion help.
by the way, just for thing, I'm not going to stand here and say that there's very little conviction. What I'm saying is that there was a reason for that there's similarities. Like for example, with Easter and Ishtar, because they kind of guessed and they got it wrong that the similar days were like that. And same with Saturnalia, because again, like from my knowing, again God, what's the name? It's not the Julian calendar. What's the ordinary calendar? The famous Gregorian calendar. Sorry,
Yeah.
It was on the 21st. It wasn't on the 26th.
Well,
The equinox.
almost every culture has some sort of holiday at the point where the sun stops moving north and starts moving back south. And there's that 3-day period where it kind of freezes.
Yep.
And which is also important in a lot of religions.
I mean, the thing is that Christians didn't know when Christ was born. So there's a lot of there's actually some people who celebrated like midday spring. Some people celebrated it like towards like end of Augusty time, and then
I believe historians kind of calculated based on the stars and where like the constellations were meant to be, and the big star that they were talking about that showed where Jesus was. They calculated it around the midsummer solstice.
yeah.
So that's June 20th thereabouts,
Yeah.
20th, 21st.
And a lot of that's based on the Apocrypha as well.
Yes. So what happened was that the Roman Emperor Diocletian, he made a mandate that this is when Christmas is going to be celebrated. So basically, as a political thing, because again, there's so much argument about it. He just wanted it to be collaborated in one day. So it just happened to be that.
That
He
right there.
couldn't. Yeah, syncretism.
Yep. That is, I have heard about that. They will line up they lined up their holidays specifically to line up with pagan holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a lot of good books getting back to the topic of early Christianity. James Papandrea, who's a Greek scholar, who's a Latin scholar, also has really refined these writings from around 300, 325.
So if you look in the UK,
Constantine.
there are still so many sites where there was the Christo-pagan crossover. And it's fascinating to see. I visited one where there was a natural spring well. Actually, I visited two. There was a natural well, and the pagans used to go there to worship. And then some Christian missionary came over and started christening the pagans in that water, because that was their holy water anyway. Of course, they were going to be okay going in it. And then they slowly adopted it, saying like, yeah, you could do this and do this. Like the two can combine fine. And then that, again, like I said before, slowly got phased away. I've been to another one where there was like this beautiful natural waterfall, underwater river. They don't know where it comes from. Scientists can't figure it out, but it comes out in Cornwall and goes down into this beautiful little bowl, and they've named it St. Nectan's Glen because there's something to do with the bell of St. Nectan. But that was also originally a pagan site, like a special pagan site, because this magical waterfall that comes out of nowhere, they don't know where the river comes from. Of course, that's going to be special. And you can see the adoption of pagan site, Christianity, Christian site, and how it goes in a line always with these things. Same as over here, the Christian graveyards, the old churches always have the yew tree in it. Always old yew trees, because that was a pagan site. The yew trees are sacred in paganism. And so the churches were built around it to get them to go there. Like, there's so much of it visually around everywhere in England. It's hard to not see.
Interesting.
We find one? Sorry for the dead air, folks. I'm just kind of like scanning the chat, looking for good questions.
It's
Oh, that's
cool.
all right.
It's cool. By the way, I wasn't trying to be offensive. If you ever thought my soul was condescending, it wasn't meant that way. See, I always try to own where I think I fucked up. I'm just one of those weird people.
No, that's fine. I do appreciate that. Like, I wasn't trying to be a dick either. It's just that it's generally what it sounded like. It did sound like a snide comment. I was like,
No.
Like,
No,
I can understand if you were doing a side comment to me, because I haven't always been nice, but she's been nice. So like, no, please don't be mean to her. Be mean to me. That's fine. I've been a dick.
Okay.
Not
We
just a
got a good
nice
one here.
lady.
I'm nice to everybody. Well, I try to be anyway.
Okay, so if we can see
I
how
don't mind
religious
saying
beliefs
comments.
change.
I can get snippy.
Okay, so If we can see how religious beliefs change and morph, then is it so hard to believe Christianity is just a product of the same thing?
Well, that's what's happened. There's so many
Mm.
different, like, Christianity is just an umbrella of a term.
I mean, it's still doing it
well.
today. Look at how they've adopted the fucking in America. Look how they've adopted the far right mentality, and how they've adopted anti-vax policies, and how they've adapted coronavirus bullshit into them. That's
Republican
nothing
Jesus.
to do with the
Yeah.
Bible or Jesus. That's never mentioned, but they've adopted it in and changed and morphed. It still happens even as it's going. Religious is fluid and ever moving with society.
Can I tap on that, please? Can I say it? The United States was supposed to be separated from religion and state, and yet they brought religion into it, and then it is changing it, and I hate it.
I'm sorry.
But again,
I'll
the thing-
pray for America to become less religious.
but this thi-
Make
but-
me a projection jar.
But the thing is that Christianity we have now is not too dissimilar from Christianity we had 2,000 years ago. It
yes,
was a
it is.
form of it, the same
Oh, yes,
as Marcionite was a form of it, same as other forms of it. Again, like, you know, there's actually really good stuff on this written by people who are both secular and Christian scholars. The high end ones. I'm not talking about you.
Okay,
thinking,
so hold on.
Yep.
What are you? What portions of it are you trying to compare when you're saying that it's not too dissimilar?
well, that the all right, the beliefs aren't so dissimilar. Let's put it that way. The beliefs. I'm not saying
The
the
essentials.
But we use a
the-
Bible
the-
now
the-
that
the
wasn't
core
even
essentials,
created
yeah.
back then.
I don't even know about that because
Was it-
We
Sorry?
don't use a Bible today that was even created back then. Like, the fucking person who wrote that, who came up with the idea of the Bible we use now, wasn't even a twinkle in some knob's eye. Like,
it's very
it wasn't
true.
about, so it's physically
I love
impossible
you.
for them to be similar.
No, what I
Like-
mean is, I'm talking about, like, for example, that Jesus rose from the dead, like, you know, that he was and what he did, miracles, that sort of thing. I'm not talking about, for example, certain, like, you know, church-oriented ideas, like, for example, like, you know, I'm trying to think of, like, tithing, for example, being a thing. And again, I just had to pull something out of the ether there.
Well,
Yeah, I
tithing
also
was a
mean
king for slaves, for
wording.
serfs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, the contents of the actual Bible, like, back it sent thousands of years ago, like, no, wasn't the same. The Bible we use now are all various versions, King James Bible, the
Of
new
the
whatever
Vulgate.
Bible, things like that. None of them are the same Bible that was back then. Like, the Bible's been changed quite a lot every 100 or 200 years, give or take. Like, it's constantly edited. So every few generations, religion is different because of the new Bibles, because of the new translations, because of the new culture aspects. And the things that we have now aren't the same as what they were 100 years ago, let alone 2,000 years ago. It's not the same because the people aren't the same, the socioeconomics aren't the same. The
Let
words on
alone
the pages
50
aren't the
years
same.
ago. Let alone 50 years ago. I mean, like, look at the cultural and social change that's been happening just in the past, say, 20
Yeah.
years.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is
Because
that
of social media.
yeah, exactly. I mean, like, things always evolve. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. What I'm pointing out is that the belief itself was established, and then what people put on top of that changes. Like, as I said, like, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Gary, why do you think Paul wrote the epistles to those churches in those various cities?
I think they were to do with certain church processes, from what I understand.
They were preaching what he considered to be false gospels, and it was his way of trying to reconcile what some people were teaching in Thessalonica and Corinth, etc.
Yeah.
They were, and he only reached out to about 6 cities. There were hundreds of other places where there were literally dozens of gospels being read, and not all of them even talk about the resurrection. A lot of them don't include the resurrection.
No.
So it was not a universal concept until.
No, I'm not saying it.
Constantine
I'm not saying it was. I'm saying that there are different types of Christianity. I'm saying that, but that was one of them. Like, as I said,
Sure,
Marcionism was quite popular as well. So we got to recognize that.
Yeah, and you had Marcion and all the other things going on in Rome, and there was just a lot of variety. Nobody really knew what Christianity was until we had those councils,
Mm.
and we decided what Christianity is going to be.
So that brings back the question, did they alter what Christianity was going to be? Like what kind of books were left out? What type of knowledge
I mean,
did
the
they have?
King James
of-
fucked over half, like so much as it is, like,
Yeah.
and that's all the stuff that made it to him. What about all the other stuff that never made it to him before then? That was cut out. Like,
What if Marcion and the Gnostics had power in Rome? How would Christianity look today then? Because they didn't believe in the resurrection.
You got a fan, Todd.
Yeah. So like the thing is that the Vulgate is just one particular path of a particular reading of the Bible. It's not the only reading. For example, there's an entire reading that has nothing to do with the Vulgate.
We should say Vulgate.
Oh, sorry. All right. I can actually say the actual term, but I sound like a smart ass if I started saying the Byzantine manuscript.
There you go. The Latin Bible, if you will.
Yeah. So because the Alexandrian
Testament.
the Alexandrian Bible is different.
Todd, I think this is a question for you.
I don't know much about the Cathar heresy. I'd have to look into that. I'd have to do some reading. But there were plenty of places that believed in no original sin. A lot of places didn't
pretty
even
sure
know
the
about the Old Testament.
Celts in their original, there was no original. No, Celtic beliefs there was an original sin. There was in like Catholic, Christo-paganish kind of era, but like Celts themselves, why would they think you were born sinners? Like that's a very Christian thing. Like most religions that have like multiple gods or goddesses, deities, etc., don't believe in original sin.
Well,
it's a very monotheistic thing because like
none of the Gentiles would have. The Gentiles didn't really know of the Old Testament or the Mosaic Law. They didn't follow it.
No, yeah, they wouldn't have been Hebrew. So
they have no reason to believe in original sin. They don't even know about the stories at that time when thing was when everything was oral tradition.
But again, if I always say to people, whenever people complain about the King James, read the preface, and you'll understand what they actually were going for.
Yeah, and
I mean, because I've actually made that challenge to G-Man before. I've told him to read the preface, and he says, "What's the preface?" I tried to explain it to him. It's like going, it's what it's the people who wrote the King James Bible and what they were going for.
Right.
And they explain that they weren't writing a perfect Bible. They're writing a new Bible for the time that was to collaborate the Anglican Church under King James. And then again, they go into this, and they actually are very big supporters of that Roman Church you don't like very much.
Yeah.
So are we talking about the preface as in to the Most High and Mighty Prince James by the grace of God, or the translated out of the original tongues and with the former translations diligently compared?
I'll just go by the one that I've read. I mean, I've also told him to read the 39 articles, but that just went over his head when I asked him that.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I'm using a Mormon King James Bible, so that's even worse.
Oh
God.
Oh no.
They hand them out for free, and I didn't feel like paying for it.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah.
Yep. The Mormons and the Gideons.
Yep.
Always giving out Bibles.
G-Man knows the Bible better than Todd does. Well,
Where does he say that?
sorry, I'm just repeating it. Sorry.
According to G-Man, Veckel and G-Man know the Bible much better than Todd. Yeah, right.
Just words.
I mean, the thing is that he only has that flaming King James study Bible that he read. I've even said that he hasn't read that properly. Because I know people who actually have that Bible. It's told me that he's full of shit of what the Bible says.
So, I know we're talking a lot about Christianity, but I want to dive a little bit into witch bottles.
Which bottles?
Witch bottles.
Okay.
Okay.
There's
Which,
been,
like WITCH?
WITCH
Ooh.
bottles.
Yes.
Okay.
What
And,
about the pissy mirrory bottles? Would you like to know?
I'm now
I love
mildly
you! I
intrigued.
love you!
Let's hear this.
Okay, so they've been finding witch bottles. Archaeologists have been finding witch bottles from the 17th century and
Mhm.
later, and have been digging them up and opening them.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's not going to be a pleasant smell.
So, from a historian, archaeologist, professional view, opening up one would be interesting to see what on a cultural level, type of religious cultural level,
Mhm.
what they would bring to the table in making a spell. But on a practicing level, I don't think I would want to open one up because they're
I
still
mean,
sealed.
witch
How-
bottles,
how-
generally speaking, are your urine, shards of smashed mirror in a
Yeah.
bottle, and they're normally like buried under the foundations or put in your wall, and therefore protection against negative things. They're not necessarily spells. They're there. They are a spell themselves, but they're there for protection. If the person's dead, if the place is uninhabited, it's not protecting anything or anyone. It's just there,
Right. I was about to say, if the witch has died,
existing.
the spell is done.
It's not
Well-
like opening the bottle is going to unleash some
Well,
Yeah.
sometimes they
negativity because
found.
it's there.
Well, 1 second. I want to address this real quick.
Uh-huh.
CH Beach, the Buddhist and Taoist apologetics. I'm actually going to be getting into that as soon as I get done with the Bible. I'm going to jump onto the Quran, and then I've got a Vedas that I've got coming in.
Ah.
So we're actually going to be going into different religions as well. I'm just starting with
Yay.
Christianity.
You'll need a different panel. I know next to nothing about Eastern religions.
No problem. It's going to be a learning experience for me too.
So what
Well,
were they finding in them?
They were finding hair.
Yeah,
Sure.
So that's
that's
Okay.
normal too. Yeah, so it'd be like urine, hair, sometimes menstrual blood. I guess if it was a man, there might be semen in there, and then hair, ribbon. Definitely, the main
these-
things are a bodily fluid of the person,
So much more
Uh-huh.
pleasurable to make a witch bottle if you're a man instead of a woman.
pretty much, and then shards of mirror to like
Bodily.
reflect.
and these were created by early Christians.
Wee.
This is created by Christians in the 1700s.
There are actual Christian spells, things like that. There are old Christo-pagan practices and Christianity, things like
Mhm.
Christianity in its infancy had such pagan roots. Like they would do spells. They wouldn't be, there's like lots of folklore magic and things like that, and herbalism and everything in it, because they were pagans that had like newly adopted this religion, and they weren't going to get rid of all these generational traditions that their family had always done. What, they're not going to stop doing that. That's part of their life. It's like they don't know how to do this any other way. Of course, when they bury a house, they're going to bury a witch bottle. Like that's normal. That's what you do. They're not going to suddenly change
Yeah.
it, because back then the whole bullshit of witchcraft wasn't even in the Bible. That was put in the King James Bible because he had a fucking hard on for finding witches after some random old midwife told him, when you fucked your wife on the wedding night, you laid on the bed next to her and told her this. Because she'd only helped about 300, 500 women give birth. It's not like she'd know what a man is going to say on his wedding night because they're so goddamn predictable. She wanted to die because she wanted the torture to stop, because they were torturing witches then. She was tortured.
Yeah.
She was an elderly woman. And then they put the witchcraft thing in the Bible. Before then, it wasn't not allowed, and they were fucking happily bouncing away, doing their spells and shit.
There's a lot of scholarly problems with the whole do not suffer a witch to live. So if you go back in the original Hebrew, you see things about worshipers
Poisoner.
of Bacchus.
Mhm.
I
Which
heard
there
it was originally a
isn't-
poisoner. Do not suffer a poisoner to live.
A
Because there
poisoner,
was
someone who
epidemic.
is
Yeah, because
I think that was
uh,
putting around the
revelry.
Aquafina era, where there was that woman giving away making makeup that was poison,
Mhm.
and they were saying like, no, not only the person that put the poison in the drink has to die, but the person that made the poison is also culpable in the murder. So you have to
Yeah.
kill the person that bought the poison and the person that made the poison because they're both killers.
And
It
of course,
goes
back
back
then
to-
you would have bought your poison from an apothecary.
yeah, so
Bacchus
because
and Baal worship.
because you remember back then, I mean, like especially like for example, if you've got one water supply, you can imagine what sort of damage somebody poisoned that would do. I mean, we're very lucky now that we got multiple water supplies, multiple
I
water
mean,
vendors.
Yeah, I can understand the paranoia there, but the amount of like a poison needed to infiltrate those kinds of wells would be insane because they were also normally built underwater rivers and stuff too. So, but they weren't unknowing of that, so it would be a very like, oh my god, people can kill you and you don't even know. Someone can hand you a drink and you'll die. That's fucking scary. We've got
That
to
is scary.
do something. Like it is scary. Like the thought of poison, especially back then when they knew nothing, there wasn't an antidote straight away. You couldn't manage to make it to the hospital in an ambulance in time and hopefully be saved. No, you were fucked.
No, you
Of
were
course,
done.
that's going to be so fucking
I mean-
scary.
Phil, I mean, I don't know how old you are. I mean, you look. I mean, I don't. I'm gonna say like mid-20s maybe.
I'm 31.
Right, but again, I'm old enough, unfortunately, to remember when this country had a massive AIDS crisis and the amount of fear. Because, like, I'm old enough to remember when, like, you know, they were talking very strongly about thinking about putting gay people into camps and stuff because of the AIDS pandemic, and that's what fear does. It causes people to go, "Oh shit, we need to get rid of these people because they're the most
Yeah.
brilliant." But when I think when straight people started getting it, it was like, "Oh, it's not just a gay virus; it's a everybody virus, basically."
Yeah. Unfortunately, like you say, like fear causes people to go to great lengths, especially when the fear is the other, not you. Because it's not you, so you don't understand it. Like, and so it's very scary because not only is it something scary in itself, it's to do with other people and things that you don't understand either. If one of your friends got AIDS and you're one of those government people and you're like, oh, but I know Bob. Bob's lovely. He's not weird. He's not like that. Oh, maybe they're not all like that. Ah, okay. Whereas when it's someone you don't know, it's a nameless person, it's a number on a page. And then you're told this scary thing about these numbers on the pages. You're like, holy shit, what the fuck do we do? And you jump to an extreme conclusion to help make sure it doesn't touch you, it doesn't affect you. So, yeah.
It's like with
Unfortunately, people are dicks.
yeah, it's like with
I mean,
witchcraft. Like again, like witchcraft has been like, you know, depicted in, you know, a lot of like fictional media as this whole negative things, like it's like Macbeth and all this sort of stuff on the Wicked Witch of the West. Whereas actual witchcraft was nothing like that. It was all about, you know, incantations and trying to make positive things happen in your life or in people's lives. You know, you weren't really like cursing people per se.
Hey, Crimson's back. How we doing?
Yeah,
I'm
I mean-
sorry. I was
Yeah.
having a conversation with a friend. It was
Oh, that's
interesting.
Well, guys, I gotta go.
curses
grab my
were a
laundry,
thing.
so I'll be
Okay.
back.
Oh,
If you're still
bye,
on, I'll be
sweetie.
back in a minute. I just gotta go grab my laundry.
Okay.
Like, yeah, curses were a thing, and I'm not going to pretend witches didn't do them back then. Or today, it's still a thing. Like, come on, we all remember in the media the cursed Trump vibe that went around with all the witches cursing him around the world.
Wait. I'm sorry. You're telling me that there is a specific quirk of English where the word cursing and actually using profanity sounds like the same thing, but people can't tell the difference? Next thing you know, the word theory, when it means scientifically and, you know, common vernacular, aren't the same thing. Oh, wait.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
That's all right. Well, now I've just got a second. Watch your profanity.
You know what? Here's the thing. I see this with a lot of fundies. they have a limited imagination, and I don't mean that they're cognitively limited. It's that they believe that they have to be limited to a binary. Any step outside of that is met with vehement, irrational responses to stuff. Like, it has to be a binary. It can't be anything in the middle. And if it's something that seems in the middle, I'm going to rationalize it too back to a binary. And it's just like,
G-Man is horrible about that. Yeah, everything's black and white.
I'll tell you a secret. He's not the only one.
Oh no, Veckel's the same way.
And no. I mean, like,
I mean, I've got family that are the same way. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
There are people everywhere that's like it, not even just in religion, unfortunately.
Yeah.
and
Like everywhere, even in the even some people within the LGBTQ world, that it's a binary. You're gay or straight. You can't be bi. You got to pick a side.
Well, pansexuality is a thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, like, the thing about it is we will never actually get the LGBTQAP because, like, they tried that and, oh God, people started making joke of the
Alphabet soup.
No. The P standing for the PEDO word.
Yeah, no, P
Maps.
stands for pansexual, not nonce.
Yeah.
And that's not, unfortunately, while I do understand that those people don't have a choice in who they're attracted to, it is actually a brain defect stemming from brain damage.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's okay, and that doesn't mean that it's going to ever be part of the LGBTQ, no matter the fact that they can't control who they love.
What?
Because LGBTQIA P+ involves consent. They do not.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Like, no.
One of the things I've actually realized something, and this is something that I've came to. I am what you would consider straight, but I thought about it. I was like, if I was a woman, would I really still just like women? And I realized I'm a gynophile, like a gynophilic, because I just love women. And no disrespect, but if I had a woman that was with me right now, it wouldn't be the pasta that I would be eating. Anyway,
See you later, Lucian.
But no, it's actually really, really funny. Where, like, I know we were talking about previously about the Bible study. Have you ever heard Christians try to explain away polygamy or in some cases polyamory? It's really interesting what they say.
no, it's allowed.
No, it's not.
No,
Well,
it is.
To them. I know.
Because, like, David, do you know how many wives David had?
Well,
It's basically the population of flaming North Carolina,
I mean, like,
female wise.
not only that, but you like they kind of gloss over it. But like David and Jonathan were lovers. They were lovers. Anytime you embrace a man naked in a field, I don't know what else to say.
No. Look, the Bible isn't against LGBT, despite what some Christians will tell you.
I know, but if you tell that to a Christian, their heads will explode.
I'm a Christian, and trust me,
Well,
I'm aware of it.
Like,
Sorry.
the Bible literally
Correction.
only said that
Fundamental
don't
Christian.
lie with a man as you would a woman
Yes.
in the marital bed. And the translation of it was a specific version of man, which was male relative, i.e., son, cousin, something like that, son, nephew,
Don't
sort
fuck
of
your
thing.
father.
In other words, saying don't gay rape your family. Don't, because we're talking about minors here. We're talking about the little childrenies. Don't gay nonce rape your male, and doesn't mean just because they can't get pregnant doesn't mean you get to do it. Just because, like, you're not going to have a baby and have an incest baby with a deformed forehead doesn't mean you get to have sex with them. It's still bad, and that's all it was meant to be. But they don't get that. Fuck that.
It's really good to take virgins who haven't touched a man's penis even after you killed their whole family. For you got to wait a month, but
Yeah, got to wait that
Yeah,
down
I think
like
we're going to
1
be getting
month
to that one
morning.
soon.
I mean, social criticism. Here's my personal feeling on it. I think it just makes them feel icky about it, and then because it makes them feel icky, they'll just go to whatever. It's like, oh, well, I don't like it. It's like, well, the things that I don't like, I don't say that they're bad. God damn it, like, hey, I again, like the idea of me doing a woman up the bum freaks me out. It doesn't mean that I'm going to make laws against other people doing it. You know what I mean? God damn it. You know what I mean?
you know what the thing about it is, and I will say this: a lot of people, and this is a problem, not just with like Christianity, but a lot of people want to put their personal taste and moralities into code, and then normalize it to make it where, oh no, this is the law, so it has to be right.
I want to do that, but I think I can argue it.
The thing about it is, they instead of seeing the law as a reflection of morality, they set the law as morality, and then try to get you to.
That's because the law is shit. That's why.
I mean, like, but that doesn't stop.
I'm sorry. Anything that says that poor people get served out of their own house is immoral to me. Sorry.
Right. Actually, no. I have a good thought experiment on that one. Perfect example. Something that's not legal, but is still a dick move not to do. Okay. Cart returns. When you go shopping, they have the cart return boxes in the parking lots. That right there is a perfect example. It's not illegal to leave the cart sitting around in the parking lot, but at the same time, you know the people that they just throw their cart right next to their car and then leave.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
about everyone looks at those people like they are dicks.
Like bigger dick move is when the people, I've had it here, they block the disabled parking bays with the cart, or in car parks there's normally that walkway where it's safe for pedestrians to walk, right?
Mhm.
They push their car onto there instead of
Yeah.
take it back, so they block that pathway, which is for people that use wheelchairs, push chairs, like everything, and they block the way. That's not
We'll see you later,
that's
lady.
not illegal, but you are actively fucking up the ability of someone with a disability, because they're not able to, in their wheelchair, move your fucking car out the way.
Exactly.
They're not.
So,
It's not illegal, but it's still an absolute abhorrent thing to do.
so can I kind of? Okay, I don't want to do that, but can I explain something? And I know what you guys are saying. I know. Trust me. Can I explain something? And
Go for it.
I'm not trying to be a dick. And the fun fact is, one of my favorite creators actually made a video about this. So I'm gonna put this right here. You guys can actually see it. Shopping cart theory. You know what they discovered?
What's that?
It's not that people are being dicks. It's just that they don't go out their way to be inconvenienced. If you actually have more cart corrals near that, people who previously just left their cart, if it's close, they put it in their cart corral.
That makes sense, like leaving it in the parking spaces, but not blocking disabled walkways.
Yeah, but sometimes when you're in that disabled parking spot and can barely make it to the car to sit down, you just want to leave the cart right where it's
Oh yeah,
at.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's fine. I mean,
I'll link that to the.
able-bodied people
It's
putting it there,
just-
because where we are, there's a specific part of the car park only for disabled bays, and they're also right next to the cart corral. Literally, there's one here and one here.
No, and there are
So
some people
it's
that
easy,
still
and
will
even
do
then,
it.
like, people help them. There are people that will happily take the trolley back for them. Lovely, I don't care. But when you see right over the other end of the car park in the able-bodied area, and people are just shoving it in the way, I'm like, oh, you motherfuckers.
No, there
Like,
are some people that would
dickhead.
actually do it. I will tell you that. But they discovered when you put more cart corrals where people are convenient. See, it's never about, and this is the thing that I hate, and it kind of goes back to the black and white. there are people who are few people that are actually, yeah, I'm evil, want to do things for evil. Everybody believes that they're the hero of their own story.
Oh yeah, they're just not thinking. I don't think they're doing
No,
it
it's-
deliberately
it's
to be
usually-
a dick. But that's the thing. Like, that I find that bad. The fact that they're not thinking how their actions
There
is
you go,
going to
right there.
affect someone else's life.
CH Beach just put it. It's not. It's how much you're willing to be inconvenienced to not be a dick.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see. I don't know. For me, it's literally like, you're not trying to be mean. I get it, but you're also being selfish as fuck because you're not thinking about how your laziness is affecting someone else's ability to have a normal life.
Well,
Like,
here's the
to
thing.
me, it's a big ableist thing because people are. There's a lot of ableism that people don't even realize they're doing. There's a massive undercurrent of it in day-to-day society.
So I want to say first, welcome to Earth. mostly nitrogen, some oxygen, covered with about 70% water. But no,
that
like,
we can't drink.
but no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and it's like, I don't want to like seem like I'm just coming off like, oh no. It's like literally, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, for example, I'm a socialist.
Okay.
I adopt the socialist mentality because like I want people to have a better life. Part of that is I want a better life myself. But I know getting to have a better life requires other people to have a better life. But in the end, it's still about there's no true altruism. I want things to be better because it's going to help me, and if it also helps other people. And that's like, I think that's the way that we should actually go about a lot of things in society. But the problem is nobody wants to say that because it's the tragedy of the commons. Everybody knows the tragedy of the commons, right? All right, cool.
I've heard the phrase before.
Sorry.
All right. Picture this: you have a neighbor. They have cows. You have cows.
Mm-hmm.
A patch of land. We're gonna graze our cattle here, both, and we're gonna respect each other. A neighbor comes along, we both graze. We all know each other, but it's this new motherfucker over here. We don't trust his ass. So you says, well, I kind of trust my other neighbors, but I don't trust this motherfucker right here. So I'm going to overgraze my cows to make sure they get enough. The new neighbor's like, I don't know any of these motherfuckers, but I see this one person actually overgrazing and actually built a fence around what was normally common area. So I'm going to do even more. And then your other neighbor does more, and then they do more.
Yeah.
And so we have the tragedy.
It's where people go
of the
like,
commons.
oh, there's free cookies, and everyone takes more than one just to make sure that they get some. And like they could take a handful, and each person gets less and less
It's what billionaires
as it
are
goes
doing
down.
now.
And then there's like the person at the end that doesn't get any, and there are loads of people that have leftovers on their fucking plate.
It's exactly what billionaires are doing. Well, of course I'm going to be greedy. Everybody else is going to be greedy. And they don't do it that. They say, of course I'm going to protect my assets because everybody else will.
Yeah.
And it's a change in effect.
But I would argue about you
that much of a disproportionate wealth. They don't. Like, people don't need billions. You don't at all. There's not. What the fuck can you do with all that money in your lifetime? You could have a great life, multiple houses, designer shit, party every day, expensive shit your whole life, and leave stuff for your children to have the same quality of life. And there'd still be money left over that you could fucking give to other people so they can have a nice life. They could have a decent standard of living, not bungee jump the fucking food bread line.
But if I don't do it, somebody else is going to come along and do it to me. And you know, it's just certain people that just like, they are completely feeling adequate about shit. Jeff Bezos. I mean, like, I know he released his own dick pic, and I heard that it wasn't anything impressive. But you know, I I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, like Elon Musk has this idea or this persona that he is intelligent. He's fucking stupid. He knows he's a fucking stupid idiot. He knows he's a trust fund baby. Have you seen Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk pictures before they got more money than what they have now? I mean, before they had less money than they have now? They are the quintessential nerd. I mean, like, if you look at certain people, like you guys remember the Enron situation, right? The Enron company collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
Martha
you look,
Stewart.
if you look at Jeff Skillings before he started doing all of the fast trading and stuff like that, when he first got to Enron and how he looked at the end of it, it was definitely compensation. And then they feel like, well, of course everybody would do it if they were in my position.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
But the thing is, Crimson, is that like there are people out there who make money who don't really give people what they actually need. Like for example, what's his name, Branson, has been like living off the fact that he just looked into coming in right at the end point of a musical revolution and just catapulted from there. Like he just happened to get a couple of bands that hit at the right time, and just like he's now running basically loads of like companies. He's just ridiculous.
But yeah, he still kind of like doesn't pay his workers as they needed to, and he really sold off companies and cost people's jobs in order to make quick bucks about stuff. Like he still did that.
But I will argue with this. I do think that like again, laws are really shitty to base your morals upon, because like laws are crap. Because some laws are based upon a load of things, like they're based upon society norms. Mm-hmm. Like for example, again, I'm not going to get into like racial politics because that's a whole other debate. But I will get into let's talk about the fact that the people who get kicked out of their own house for the fact that they don't have enough money for it. Now, the thing is that the people even today who get like bankrupted, especially in your country, for the inability to pay their own medical bills. And the thing is that and the people who lose their own houses, that's certainly not a moral law. The thing is that
it's the fact that I don't mean to interrupt you, but homes and housing should not be a commodity. They just shouldn't.
No, they should be right.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying. Well, that's a law that obviously needs changing because again, I'm a socialist as well. But like again, like the thing is that we live in a society that puts so much on. The thing is that your country is a lot more richer than mine is, yet you don't have universal health care.
Why? Isn't as rich as they say it is. What happens is the billionaires that are part of our country drag that average up higher than what it actually is. Most places in the U.S. live in abject poverty. It just looks like it's better. It looks like it's better, but go especially the Bible Belt. Oh God, they live in a place where it's just like it's just crap.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I can start talking about the fact that, like, a load of that they decriminalize people smoking weed because it disproportionately affects a racial minority.
Thanks, Biden. No, I'm sorry.
It was nothing to do with Biden. It was to do with flaming. I think it's.
Oh yeah, what is it? Specifically, a really good one with that shows the rule of 100s with cocaine and crack cocaine. Mm-hmm. Cocaine and crack cocaine are the same thing. And the only difference is there's baking powder added to crack cocaine and it's cooked up to make it into a rock, right? Mm-hmm. Which makes it easy, movable, transportable, etc. The highs are the same. There's just a difference in consumption.
Yeah.
There's a lot of media crap about it. That's like cocaine is the rich person's drug, and crack is the poor person's drug, and namely the stereotype is poor black African American is addicted to crack cocaine. Cocaine is the rich white person's club drug of choice. Yay! And if you get caught with £1 of crack cocaine on you, you get the equivalent jail sentence of someone that's caught with £100 of crack cocaine on them. Because some dickhead magicked up this idea ages ago. Even though it's proven that there's that, like, it's just not this, it's not true, and it got proved that he was lying. He didn't have the college credentials, nothing. But the law says some other different fuck shit, even though it's not right. Laws aren't great at telling the truth about what's right, and there is often undercurrent reasons to why they exist. It's not just about the right thing to do.
So I want to say this first: cocaine is a hell of a drug. But ironically,
when I have done it, I got the good shit that I was off my nut for an hour. I was happy.
It's from like the Chappelle show.
Yeah.
With Rick James.
I said nothing.
So here's the thing, and the funny part about it is, it actually wasn't ages ago. It was only about 30 years, and the guy who championed that was Joseph Robinette Biden, where his son was literally doing powder cocaine. That's why, but neither here nor there. There were a lot of people in the leadership of the Black community that asked for it, like tough on crime laws, where you know how we solved like a lot of the crime rates that we had.
You solved it internally, didn't you?
No.
No?
You know what we did? Globally, we just stopped using lead as much. It was a lead poisoning problem for all the crime in the 90s.
That's hilarious.
That sounds a bit silly.
Like when they start taking down lead, and I know correlation is not causation, but when they start bringing down lead in a lot of the painting and stuff like that, or doing lead abatement and removal, crime went down because a lot of people had lead poisoning.
That does make sense. Like, lead poisoning does lead to mental issues, paranoia, anger.
Reliance to short actions. Yeah.
I mean that does sound like there's a correlation there. I mean, I'm not going to agree that it's a cause, but
the study is like, they came out with a study about 3 years ago, but it was like, oh yeah, we noticed when we brought down lead, like people started to act a little bit like because remember, it was lead in the gasoline and everything.
Yeah.
And it across the globe is like, let's do something about lead. And there are still places, like I'm in the Midwest. Of course, people know about Flint. A lot of people don't know about other places in northwest Indiana that's like has lead literally in the soil.
Yeah, I think I read the other day, like currently there's like hundreds of ongoing water disputes in America, like lawsuits because of water pollution and unsafe drinking water in America. Still, like, it was just that one that Erin Brockovich did got so popular and so highly mediaized hype that it's the big known one, and everyone thought once that was done it was over because all the companies would be too scared to carry on. But it was just a one-off. It was a little blip.
It's actually lead pipes, and it's not just affecting people like in poor neighborhoods, in rich neighborhoods, because it's just the infrastructure in America is shit, and we needed to repair it 50 years ago because it only supposed to last for about 100 years. And in a lot of places, it's been in the ground for 125 or longer. And that's why we need like the infrastructure bill that's being passed through, both of them, which, like, of course, because I follow politics, they shouldn't have split it up at all. But like, they're doing some fuck shit in Congress and people getting called out on it. But that's enough politics right now. I don't want to like go into that because it just pisses me off. And even people who don't follow politics are saying it's like, you kind of promised them if you pass one bill, you're gonna pass the other. And people are like, no, you doing some fuck shit, dog. But that's neither here nor there. I'm sorry. I say that for my stream.
There you go. No, I agree. The one that I've been irritated with so far is the third stimulus vote for tomorrow, whether they're going to shut down the country or not.
Oh yeah, I know somebody who works for the SS the SSA,
Mhm.
and the fact is, like, I think a lot of politicians are used to where they can say something and it disappears into the ether, but like we don't live in that world anymore. If you
Mm-mm.
promise somebody on the news something, we can actually go, "Hey, didn't you just say this 3 months ago?"
Yep.
And they pull the tape and they was like, "Huh? Well, I didn't mean it like that." Like, no, we have you saying the same thing that you're like the opposite thing. Well, that's fake news, but it's your face.
And it's also easier for that message to get sent around, and it will affect votable. Before, it seems like that would be a rumor, and they're like, "Oh well, did he really say it? I don't know." And they'll say, "Like, oh well, that doesn't sound like something they say. I'm going to vote for them. I think so and so got it wrong. Oh, they're lying. Or oh, they misheard. They weren't paying attention properly." Now we're like, "No, look, this is a clip of him saying it here. Look, this is the contract he wrote. Look, this is another clip of him saying it. Look, here's something else." And then they're like, "Oh, he's a lying dickhead. Okay,
But it's the only
I'm
thing
going to
that
vote for him
works.
anyway. Sorry."
Yep.
Like,
The only way that works is with the only time that's worked is with Trump. Now everybody else can't get away with it, but him, yeah, that he gets away with it. He has literally come out and said one thing in the same sentence. People get booze and he switches it right because some of these people are rabid fucking lunatics. And this is not to call them bad, but they're just like they get that hive mentality, they get that group think, and they're like, yeah, yeah. Like if he came out and say, what do he say? He's like, we're gonna make sure that people can come to this country legally. And then the crowd booed him, was like, no, we're gonna build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. The only thing that he has been so right about I literally getting exhausted by winning so much. Not him winning, but winning because of the stupid shit that he does and him failing. I'm just getting tired of winning.
I'm so glad he got voted out. Like, even over in England, right? When Trump got voted in, I was fucking scared.
Vila, you just muted yourself.
What?
No, I hear.
No.
It's
Hold on.
Lula.
It's like, I was genuinely fucking scared when Trump got voted in.
Yeah, because that opened up the door for Boris.
Well, Boris was already mayor of fucking London anyway, so like that was already a thing. But yeah, like, I'm not just because he opened the door for a wish version of fucking Trump, but that I was scared. I've got friends and family over in America, especially friends that were like gay and trans, and I was like, oh my god, they're fucked.
Is anybody else getting any
I'm
noise?
like- I'm getting a
hearing
little static.
Yeah.
Like little feedback. But like, I was genuinely scared that I was going to get told my friends have been killed because they were trans, because they were gay, because they weren't fucking white conservative fuckwits. Because that's all we knew of over there. That's what Trump was about.
If he would have gotten a second term, then yeah,
There we
you'd have had more of that concern. But like, no, he was too stupid to realize, hey, I have the perfect authoritarian moment right here where I can close shit down because of a fucking virus. And he refused to do the fucking right thing that would have led him to more power. Because he surrounded himself with fucking self-defense. Like, literally, COVID could have been gone if the dear leader would have came out and says, wear your mask. Like, no, but he was concerned with the stock market. And he could have literally, like nobody tell him this, but he could have literally rolled tanks into all these Democratic cities and said, like, you're shutting this shit down because of COVID. But he was too fucking stupid to actually do that. And he wanted to believe that it was going to go away. Like, oh,
Like, honestly, like, I was so worried for that. And also, America, unfortunately, being like, and the country, the government system, not the people, because I don't want to upset, like, the people here, but America are fucking idiots.
oh no, that's the
And
people
you
too.
think you are so big
There's a
and you're
majority of them
so
that qualify.
badass, and, like, you do affect the whole world, but not how you think you do.
Yeah, our biggest
We
export was
don't
the
look up
culture.
to you and think you're great. We look at you and think, great, what are you going to fuck up today? What issue are you going to cause again today? What's going to happen? And seeing a narcissistic fucking baby who's like smeared their face in the Dorito packet, we're like, great, that dickhead's in charge of the button. He's in charge of the button. He's one tweet away from a fucking nuclear war. We're fucked. We're all fucked because he has no impulse control and has a mentality of a spoiled 12-year-old prepubescent boy.
I apologize about the knuckle cracking.
Oh, it's like literally, all I can see is he's like, how dare she not let me touch her boob? I have all the hormones, I have everything. He's like that. He's that boy in the playground that's running around pulling everyone's hair and like trying to get his hand up girls' skirts and shit. Like, and he was in charge of America. We were all just like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, no.
Are we
I-
we talking about our Chester Cheeto in chief?
Yes.
I don't doubt that. And I'm one of the people that actually believes that so there's a growing movement that's going along that maybe we shouldn't have a president or have him completely limited on power. And yeah, no, like the first thing Congress needs to do is, of course, take back their power of declaring war and not just give military authorizations to commander in chief. But that would require them to
Yeah,
stand up
that's
for shit.
scary that just one person can declare war whenever the fuck they feel like it. That's a monarchy.
Really? No.
But I thought that the president didn't have autonomy.
No, so they have. What happened was after the George Bush thing, Congress just was like, it's like the Citizens United thing where they have been the president for a while had been eating away at the Congress's power to declare war, and it was like, well, you can have a conflict but not a war because you're commander in chief of the military. And so the president would say, hey, generals, wouldn't it be nice for us to peacekeep in this country over here? And the president, it's not a war, it's not a declared war. So, like, yeah, let's go keep peace over at this country over here. And what would happen is troops will go over there, and the only reason why it wasn't a war because a president cannot legally declare war.
Apparently, P. Cthulhu wants in.
Anyway, so
Wrong one. Sorry.
yes. So I mean, the thing is that because I thought like he had to get through Congress and through the Senate and stuff like that before he could do anything. Or is that not exactly how it works?
Okay. So no, the president is allowed to conflict resolution issues, but the Senate is still the only one that's allegedly allowed to declare war. The problem is
House of Representatives
is but if the president gets us into enough fuck shit to where our country declares war with us, then obviously they have to declare war. Yeah.
So it's just semantics, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like for all intents and purposes, what happened in Libya was a war. We didn't have a traditional boots on the ground as much, but it was a war. We bombed people and people died. It's a war, but it was a conflict. It's one of those things where it's just like
It's just changing the word.
People
Yeah.
Thulu, if you want to come in here and add your opinions, come right ahead.
Yeah, it's
I don't care
literally
if it's.
just
I don't
changing
care
a
if you want to rag on Americans. That's fine.
It's literally just changing a word, and it's fucked up because like
That's like when people say this isn't a fight, it's discussion. It's a heated discussion. Or we're not fighting, it's a debate. And it's like, no, you're fighting. That's a fight. You two are fighting.
yeah, exactly.
Like you're not in a
calling it
punch
what
up,
it is.
but you're having an argument. Like you are.
Instead of calling it what it is, they rather call it something else, so that way it doesn't get them in trouble.
Well, it's more palatable, and also if they don't call it, imagine the difference to optics. We lost. We're having a conflict with the Middle East. We lost this conflict. We haven't been doing so well, or we're losing the war. We're losing the conflict right now. We need some extra help. We're losing the war.
So here's
The
the
way
thing
your
about
brain
it:
takes it.
Mm-hmm.
the U.S. the way the military is set up, for the most part, is to fight near peers. So you think, yeah, we're gonna run a tank and we're gonna get these soldiers and we're gonna get vehicles. Like, no, most countries now they learn from Vietnam. We fight our traditional army for about 3 to 4 days, and then we retreat into the mountains. That's how the U.S. lost Vietnam. That's how it lost Afghanistan. I was like, oh yeah, let's put up a fight for about 3 days, and then let's disappear into the mountains. The Americans can have their victory, but yeah, as soon as they stand around, targets, and that's all that happened.
Now they just use long-range weapons and drone strikes. So they don't have to actually go near the real people.
I mean,
Nope.
It's overused and it's oversimplified.
See you later, guys.
All right.
later, Gary.
Bye.
It's
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
It's overused and it's oversimplified, but no, the drone programs can't be exactly what they want it to be because it still requires boots on the ground. And because
Have
we
you
don't send
heard of the Turkish self-seeking drones that they've thrown?
wait, what?
Yeah, they're a decent-sized machine, about the size of a lawnmower. Yeah, they launch them, give them basic facial recognition and area to patrol. Off they go.
Wow. Is that a Lockheed Martin one or?
Oh no, it's a foreign thing. I've seen a picture, but I can't remember where I saw the picture of them. They had them lined up, but no, they're foreign. They're like Turkish, I think. And then there was another drone that just successfully launched a mini drone munition. So that's drones launching drones.
Getting closer to Skynet.
Yeah, and I have seen footage, but I don't know how. It's the internet of the terminal guidance camera, purportedly, of a drone flying up the back of an APC before detonating.
Wait, what? Okay. And Carnivorous, we've already pointed to Skynet. There are AI that's actually running the nations. They're called corporations.
That's still made of people, though.
Yeah.
No, just change the American law that they passed in like 1890 to change how corporations are regarded as people, and you'll solve that problem.
It wasn't even a law. It was a eminence briefings from the Supreme Court that people just take as law.
Okay, I know the avatar that I'm looking at. David, if that's you, can you change your name back from whatever that is?
Is it a naughty name?
Looks like something that one of G-Man's geeky friends would have given him an idea to change. There we go.
So also, hello everyone in chat.
There we go.
Can I change it back now?
If it was one that you put yourself, then that's fine. It looked like something that somebody would have posted on you trying
No,
to
it's
insult you.
it's a thing about Rev.
Oh.
Rev finds my my avatar homosexually attractive to him.
So wait,
Stimulating.
are you David
What?
Anthony of the David Anthony How to Be a Man?
Yes.
Well, darling, now you know how to be a man. Why don't you hit me up, baby?
Oh, hey, we should talk. We got to make arrangements, like exchange.
Oh
numbers.
yeah, you can test out their new man skills. Now you know what to do.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not going to work out. You don't weigh 800 pounds.
Ah, shit.
Man.
Oh no.
I was gonna say that almost looks like a Dark Sun character.
No, it's Conan.
No, no, it's not Conan.
He's not skinny, but he's not
I
fat.
took it from like 4 or 5 different pictures. I used GIMP, and the actual face is like from some other actor that was played a barbarian.
Oh,
But it's like a couple bodybuilders. The
That's really
background,
cool.
the backdrop is from Conan, but the loincloth and all that I got from catalog that I put on GIMP and I played
Gotcha.
with and turned it into a cartoonish thing. But it was a D&D character where I was playing Roll20 D&D for a while when COVID was first going and nobody could meet up with anywhere.
Hey, we've been playing
online.
D&D every other weekend, so.
So wait, you drew that?
More or less.
That's
He, like,
really
he,
good.
like, cropped
That
it all
looks really
together.
cool.
I cropped it all together from
Yeah.
different pictures.
Oh, okay. It
then
still
I put
looks
it through a
good.
put it through a filter so that all the parts that look like they come from other places all look the same now.
That looks
And,
good.
You did a good job on that.
Thank you.
Honestly, that looks cool.
But
Somebody
I wouldn't have
told-
thought that
I'm
was
gonna
all
change my name back to
pieced
that
together.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody told me that I should actually do a to like offer to do characters for D&D, and I kind of felt the disservice because like I've never like learned how to play
shit.
D&D.
You don't need to.
Sorry, Carnivorous. Guess what? I just quickly looked at Security's Discord. Lord
What's
of
that?
Patriarchy saw our review of his feed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's done a video on us. He's done
Okay.
a video on us.
You know
Awesome.
what? I can no longer
Oh
do.
my god.
I can no longer do Lord of Patriarchy videos because he doesn't cut his videos up. He whines and bitches for like hours on end and does multiple topics. At least I have the good decency to cut my videos up for people if they want to say something about it. But he just like, you remember Frank had him break one of his clocks.
Okay.
Literally, like he was streaming and Frank was sniping him, and he was like, "Why don't you just break one of your clocks?" And he broke one of his clocks on stream because he was that pissed.
Shit.
I mean, like, Billy kind of pissed him off too. Like, I've actually talked to Lord of Patriarchy on a like video, on like a chat, and he's just a fucking idiot and super racist.
Yeah.
Like let a
Oh, I'm sure. Let him find out I'm Puerto Rican.
let a black fab female assigned at birth talk to him, and oh god, he's at the video, he's going at her like, and like I'm like, dude, like if you want some dark chocolate, man, all you gotta do is ask. You don't have to be such a dick about it. And not only that, he can't cook worth shit.
Nope, that's what we were making fun of.
Oh, that's why he responded. That's why
Oh
he
my God.
responded.
Lord of Patriarchy's called me a bitch and Lizard is having a go at him.
Really?
Yeah, he's been calling me a bitch. Oh, it's not wrong. I am a fucking bitch.
But you can tell he's like this MGTOW out incel, because like you never hear him talking about any women other than to service him in some kind of way. Like, I know I'm single. Yeah, but like no, he literally only talks bad about women. And it's just like, dude, like, do you even like women? Like, the way you talk, you just see them as a service object and call it a day. You don't even sound
Oh
like you.
no, he sounds like the type that needs to
Do you
be
want
the
to
service
snipe him?
object.
Yeah.
He
I-
needs to be
Carnivorous, do you want
broken.
to snipe him?
Oh, I don't think I'm going to snipe him, but
I like he like
I am kind of keeping an eye on it now, though.
I
when
want
I
to know what
say-
he's saying about me. I'm curious.
when I say that he is wow. He's just interesting to say the least. And like now he knows that people take his clips and like respond at that time. He just doesn't cut his videos up.
Is Lord of Patriarchy colorblind?
Probably so, or he's just that
Quite
drunk.
possibly.
Because he said I'm the blue-haired British bitch.
He's probably drunk too.
I've got green hair.
Like, and like if you ever watch him, he grabs his beer like this and drinks it like this. Like, yeah, no. Like, if you ever want to see somebody make fun of him where he just like his feelings are hurt, watch Jake and then watch the Billy. Like Jake gets at him.
Jake's in his title for this video.
Yeah, because Jake pisses him off so much. And then Billy just emasculates him.
Oh no, it's not. Sorry. Something else. Never mind. I thought it said Jake.
On his feed, your hair is blue. On my screen.
What?
What he's watching.
His gamma is bad.
Your hair is blue, yeah.
My hair's green.
I know it's green. I can see it green on my screen, but
Yeah.
I'm looking
That's
through his
weird.
screen. It's blue.
His gamma is bad.
What, he wants to turn into the Hulk?
I have no idea.
His color is bad.
I want to go see what's been. I'm going to go see what's happening. I think I might duck out.
No, look. If you actually look at it, like you see how he's
gone to
missing like
marshmallows
even
now.
more clocks now, and one of his clocks isn't the same as the others. Yeah, because Billy made him smash a clock.
So I've not watched the fellow. Why does he? I've asked this to someone before and I've forgotten. Why does he have the clocks?
Okay. So the way he talks about it, and this is something that he always has a question about, because remember, the old news, the news broadcaster, what is it? What he said, Walter Cronkite or something like that.
Yeah,
Would have clocks actually detailing the different times around the globe.
Yep.
Yeah, he thought that looked great. The
Okay,
problem comes where they're not all set to the same time.
Yeah, because they're showing different time zones.
No, you're talking about time zones. I'm talking about minutes.
What?
Yes, he actually had the time set to different minutes.
Okay, so he didn't understand why the clocks were there.
Oh no, exactly. And not only that, so it was pointed out to him in the video that, hey, it's only 2 time zones that are half time zones. One is India, and I forget the other one. I think is Hawaii. And he pulls it up on screen, like people say, like, yeah, this is what's going on. He pulls up the global clock around the screen, and he goes to the one that he knows, and then he goes to another one. He was like, wait, that can't be right.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Sorry, Avila. I just caught your comment on his stream. Okay. Yeah, we've been going for a good 4.5 hours now. David, you just got in. Are you wanting to add anything, or are you just kind of pop in to say hi? Did David leave? Or
He's muted.
What's going on? I was checking on something. What's going on now?
I mean, we've already been running for about 4.5 hours now.
Okay,
so,
yeah, I just got done doing my own live stream, so I just thought I'd pop in because I seen Phony Beetle Maniacs in here. I'm sorry I missed him. I was going to say hi to him, and I saw Todd. I went back and spot checked some of the stuff that you had going on, and I seen Todd was in here, so I missed everybody. So.
Oh, no worries.
Uh,
Actually, I was trying to get a hold of you last week. I was up in Kansas City. I was going to see if you wanted to grab dinner. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh my God, this man
Right.
looks plastered.
Oh,
Yeah.
good God, yeah, he does.
So, yeah, you are a truck driver, so you get around, don't you?
Yeah, I'm usually up in Kansas City once or twice a month.
Really?
How big a machine do you
Hey,
drive?
when-
Just a
So
semi or a double?
when you're about ready to come back through here, let me know, man.
Okay, yeah, I will. I drive a an old Peterbilt
You
with
know,
a
you know
step
where
deck trailer.
Fairview is?
Do what?
You know where the Fairview area is?
Uh,
Of Kansas
vaguely.
City?
Yeah.
Over near KCI.
hmm
Yeah, I'm over in there.
Okay. Usually it's the like the Trex truck stop right there north on 29. That's usually about where I'd be able to park my rig.
Truck stop on I-29.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, mile marker 15. It's just outside the loop.
Cool. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay.
All right. So I guess you're ending this then, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay.
end this because I do have to. I've got a couple
Crimson?
of hours before I grab my
Then I'll
kids.
talk to you later
Crimson.
then.
But
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bye.
Bye.
Yep, we'll talk to you later.
Crimson, are you on ArtStation or DeviantArt or both?
I'm on DeviantArt.
As Crimson?
Yeah, Crimson 60620.
What? Pen.
Do you have a link you want to?
Yeah, I dropped the link. My fault. I'm sorry.
I was about to say if you just say hi in the chat real quick, I'll make you a mod.
That will require effort. But let me go ahead and do it. But no,
Crimson 606.
I will say this. I do apologize for okay, so one of the things that I don't like doing is coming on the stream and like talking a lot because like I can really like start talking a lot. So I apologize if I seem like I talk a lot during the stream.
Oh, no
So,
worries.
You have a wonderful, beautiful voice.
Yeah. It's because I've been working for call centers for the last 11 years and I want to roadblocks myself sometimes.
There you go.
So yeah.
You can go ahead and shell out any links that you want.
Don't give me that power.
Yeah. As long as
With
it's
great
not the
power
Pornhub,
comes
you're
great
fine.
responsibility.
I know, right? And I'm totally not responsible at all. No, so like, fun fact, I went to an art show last night that it cost me $30 to actually show some things, and guess how much I made?
I'm gonna assume really low or really high.
Yeah, about $20.
No, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it was definitely not good. But yeah.
Okay.
So it's Crimson 606, one word or?
Yeah, Crimson 60620.
Sorry.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. No, I've known a professional artist for many years, so I maybe kind of feel your pain.
Are these your? Is this your work in the background here?
Yes. Unfortunately, for some reason, it has my green screen on it. I normally don't have it on. Oh, there we go. But yeah. There we go. Because I work in a call center, between calls, I work on art, and it's actually all marker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I might have to see if I can commission you a new avatar for me. That way, I'm not stuck with this National Geographic picture.
I'm surprised you haven't went to like a mixture of like the Gorilla's picture art.
I found a couple of them, but it's my particular thought on an avatar is literally a gorilla in a bandana with a steak on a stick, and
This is funny because like I'm gonna say this, and this is kind of like I'm gonna let you guys into the club just a little bit. So I recently responded to a guy who is African American.
Mm-hmm.
His name is I Am the Head Doctor. He has like 3-4 channels named after that.
Oh, the Mad Head Doctor, yeah.
Yeah. He literally has a gorilla as his avatar. And I'm like, no, dude, no, fuck, no. Like, you're literally, and he's a conservative too. And I want to like grab him by the lapel and just like, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. Change this shit because, like, no, like silverback gorilla, like lowland gorilla, like type, like you're doing the thing. And of course, he says he's against dogma, but he preaches like religious shit all the time.
Mm.
I'm sorry, that stupidity has caused me to lose the last 30 seconds of what I was talking about. I hope it wasn't anything that I was worth actually talking about. Because
are you hearing the Lord of Patriarchy thing too?
Oh no, I'm thinking about the stupidity I have to deal with on a constant basis. Did I choose?
This is hilarious. This is so funny. Like, oh my god. Like, oh my god.
I may end up having to just sit up in there and watch this for a little bit, but yeah, like I said, I need to go pick my kids up from their moms and get ready for the week and everything. So,
all right, well,
I mean, this has gone on almost 3 hours longer than I wanted it to, but
it always seems to go that way.
It does. But no, I do have fun with you guys. We'll go ahead and cut it here. You guys, you have a great Sunday. Thank you everyone for everyone that decided to show up. And once again, I value everyone's opinion. So if you want to come in and say anything to me for the next one, probably in about 2 weeks, you can, not a problem. Just like with Gary and Todd, I enjoy learning things. I don't like having an echo chamber. So just, everyone is welcome to come in. But we'll go ahead and close it out here. Think critically, eat your meat, it's good for you. And we'll call it there.